Mm. Good morning. Good morning. All right. Good morning, everyone. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's a fine Friday the 11th. Happy birthday to my daughter, Alicia. 19 years old. Last of the teens. All right. So you said SBET is on the move. Okay. Okay. Let's get ready. First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassessing the markets, looking for stocks with high relative volume after 10 o'clock or so. And a trend. It is a Friday. We're down this morning. Every time we've had this kind of situation, it turned out to be a buying opportunity. I don't see anything that's different at the moment. Looking at some of our indicators, yesterday we closed up Bitcoin, obviously on a tear. That's a risky asset class. Biotechs closed at the 200-day. That's a risky asset. That's a buy signal. IWM, small caps, buy signal. Breath on a buy signal. Everything's moving up except for NASDAQ. That did see a little fade towards the end of the day yesterday. The Zweig long-term breadth indicator went on a buy signal back in late April, the last Thursday of April. Last time it did this back in 2023, it led to almost a 2,000-point rally, just shy by a couple of points. Not saying that's going to happen again, but very good indication that institutions were buying over here from late April, and we continue to trend along the 9, 20, 50-day, 200-day moving averages. Short term, long term. Intermediate term, all bullish. Junk bonds, another risky asset class, just moderating here near the 21-day, and the high yield corporate trending. We'll see what happens today. Looking at the way we're setting up going into the open. Okay. We got a lot of positive gamma right near price. Okay, let's look at gamma. A little bit of selling setting in here. Okay. All right, so we'll have to wait to see what kind of trend we get today with S&P down. We'll wait for dealers hedging to give us a signal. It's probably going to be an opportunity.
I think you're exactly right, Nicole. It's probably a little bit longer. Some of those numbers got updated by some of the really big shops this week. I think Goldman Sachs reiterated their feelings on it that core PCE will make its way up to 3.2, 3.3%, maybe a little bit higher. You're talking 70 basis points higher than where it is now, maybe 80 basis points. But that's probably several months out in the future because those tariffs are not online. And behind the scenes, at least in my world, there was a lot of talk this week amongst some of the analytical firms that we work with about the market may be looking past the fact that we need to see what's really going to happen as these tariffs start to come online over the next 3 to 6 months. We're not there yet. And we need to wait and see. The Fed's going to have to wait and see, too. They're going to meet soon. They're not going to do anything this month because I would be shocked if they did not say.
Okay, we're starting to see some short covering right now. Futures.
What the impact of these tariffs is. I think that's what they're going to say. And that's what the world needs to be ready for because the market has gotten pretty desensitized to all this stuff. But we need to learn a lot before we get ourselves ready to charge onto the next bull market.
Okay, we're starting to see a little turn here.
We have been long tech for a couple of years.
A lot of stocks are heavy on call skew. All right, so we could see some of that pull in a bit on this weekly expiration. Okay, next week is July OPEX for the month. Next week, next Friday. Today's expiration, we could see some of that call gamma come off. Let's see real quick. I didn't have a chance to review. I just posted the notes this morning. Okay. Okay, fixed strike vol is down 1% with S&P term structure sinking for the AM versus last night's close. That suggested yesterday was more profit taking, consolidation versus a start of something bigger. So this is telling me more the way options are setting up. Okay. All right, so we got a condor again. Standout strikes are related to the 13,000 contract Captain Condor, which is at 62.60 and 61.90. 61.90, just below that 6,200 support level. Okay, we got 3 minutes to go. Clean overhead target to 62.60.
It will be the fact that the Fed starts easing will be a big part of that. The economy is in the process of healing from a pretty weak labor market. Some of the things happening inside the labor market, not the unemployment rate, but some of the things inside the labor market have been pretty weak. And if the Fed can start easing, we get past. I'm a big proponent of the tariffs. It may, I don't want to say it doesn't matter, but if it's in 12, 14, 15% range, we just need to have.
Okay, somehow I missed.
About what those numbers are.
What are we doing here?
Corporate America, if you look
Oh, I got the wrong. I was looking at the wrong. Oh, I was running around like a chicken with my head cut off this morning. My daughter's birthday. Term structure, very low vol. Okay, please excuse what I was saying before. Crypto nearly tagged 119,000.
Communication services, these were some of the areas that had been leading. What about industrial? Is that an area that you'd like to dabble in? I mean, I'm looking at actionable advice for you.
Yeah, I can see us getting long industrials if we believe we're heading into the next expansion phase. That would make sense. Yeah, that's a sector that should do fine in a nice broad expansion. Reasonable place to look at. We're right now sector neutral on on the talking large cap. In our large cap space, we are sector neutral heading into this phase. And the best thing I would say is look at small caps if you really believe that we're headed towards greener pastures. Fourth quarter going into the first quarter, you'll get more bang for your buck in that space than you would out of something like industrials. But again, no problem with industrials at all.
How do you think the bank news next week with all the earnings? How do you think
All right.
the current quarter, the outlook, how do you think that these will be received?
Okay, we're about to open.
The banks probably have gotten a bump from trading.
First 15 minutes, I'm not doing much of anything except taking profits off the table, reassess the markets.
Pumped up their volumes on current basis.
Okay, looking to buy some S&P.
Will probably express
SPY down quite a bit here.
I think they'll feel the same way that they're cautiously optimistic that we could be headed towards a Fed easing.
Maybe next Friday's calls.
Recession in their forecast a few months ago.
Okay.
I don't think a single one of the large banks has a recession forecast, and most of them on their economics forecast teams are getting
Extreme low, tick alert, minus 800.
They're going to express optimism about the economy healing and earnings.
Okay.
starting to grow, and I think they're going to put out optimistic numbers next week.
Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to ask you, the OMB director is saying that Powell has grossly mismanaged.
Okay, let me buy some of these calls for today at 6:25.
I would say that is almost certainly.
Okay, bought some 6:25 calls.
I think it's pretty hard to say
SPY.
that doesn't
All
seem like
right.
So I throw that in for the side.
Okay, bought 6:25s today. I'm going to buy next week's calls too. Let me go out a week. Actually, you know what? I'll wait a few minutes. And see if we get a better price after some short covering, after some profit taking. Okay, so Russell will be able to make a dime. So, okay, 625. Okay, 626 is a 40 delta. Let me buy some next week. 625. 626. All right. UMAC, nice move on UMAC. Okay, what I heard something trigger this morning. Let's see. AST. Build orders. NVIDIA.
Interesting, intraday start, a little bit of a cool off period for a market coming off.
Extreme low, tick alert.
Some of that is healthy, but obviously we know the underlying, kind of catalyst behind it. And I think that's still is perhaps a cause for worry. One of the things I've really been watching, though, Nicole, is the relationship between the different index performances, notably over the last 10 days.
All right, looking good. IBIT up. Bitcoin off the highs of the session earlier. Earlier we hit 118.8, it looks like. Okay, Meta, all these are down. Netflix, Palantir. Palantir on the move. Okay. Okay, there goes NVIDIA. NVIDIA.
You'll notice all four of these products are higher. The NASDAQ, the weakest, is up.
Okay, NVIDIA, I have today's calls. Let me go ahead and take some of these off while I have a chance, in case these pull back. Okay.
The Nasdaq was weaker yesterday, despite the
It's 100% on those.
We want to see, an expansion of the rally, but not necessarily a total
Okay,
rotation
Nvidia.
out of these mega cap tech names.
You jumped into the S&P 500. What else stands out to you? I mean, I think you're really picking out some good points.
Yeah, one of the things we've done throughout this week, Nicole, is look at some of these intraday levels to focus on. And I'm not doing anything overly fancy. I'm just trying to find, kind of
Just trying to take some profits off the
recent
table.
trading days. And because we made a big move yesterday, I expanded this
Okay,
out over the
Nvidia.
last 5 trading sessions. You can see it's been relatively sideways, but kind of the middle.
Okay, Nvidia's still moving.
For that entire last week of trading is right where we're at right now, which is where you called the opening print 6250. So that's our yellow line for sort of our traffic light, setup here. The red level up at the 6275 would be a nice intraday recovery, but you're going to start running into some pretty heavy.
What the hell's going on here?
Both a week ago and also yesterday's trade. It's also notably right where the market sold off to in sort of those last 10-15 minutes of trading
Nvidia.
before recovering and ultimately closing at an all-time high. If we don't hold this yellow level around 6250, the next level I'm looking at
Toss is acting weird here.
much of Tuesday's trade.
Okay, Nvidia.
Especially intraday, I think I should note, these aren't super precise. These are areas on the chart to be notable of. Very rarely is it going to be exactly a round.
Low tick alert minus 800.
Sort of this 6250 level, 6225 level, and then 6275 if we do.
What is going on? I'm trying to sell Nvidia and it's not letting me do it. What the hell?
More movers to watch. Diane King Hall, host of Morning Moves here on Schwab Network, is with me now. And how about we take a look at Levi's news there? Yes, they beat earnings expectations, and it looks like they're holding up really well, even in the face of challenges as it relates to tariffs. They beat on both the top and bottom line. Their guidance looks good as well, Nicole. Adjusted EPS, they reported 22 cents a share, much better than expected.
Something's happening with Nvidia. I've sent 3 sell orders. It's not working. Let me just reboot here. It's going to piss me off if I can't get out at this price. Nvidia. Okay, quit Nvidia. Quit Thinkorswim. Okay, let me boot this back up. Okay, aside from Thinkorswim not working for me this morning, everything's fine. Having a good day. Come on, let's go. What the hell's going on? Okay, let me sell on my phone here. Let's see.
Which there is the threat of higher tariffs from the Trump administration on those countries. So that is a risk. But they've had strong pricing power. They've been selling full price merchandise, which is a good sign that they're selling full price without discounting. That's helped offset any headwinds from tariff signals. They've had strong consumer base in terms of demand. They've had continued momentum there. They've had 3 straight quarters of high single-digit growth here. And keep in mind, 60%
okay, here we go.
Here we go. You think about that. That gives some buffer to the trade policy
Password.
impact when you think about tariff risk and any cost that we would have to face here in the U.S., for instance.
That's where it's the first time I really had an issue selling something there. That was odd. 9.5. Okay. SPY. Okay, we're gonna retest the lows again. Figure we might do something like that.
what they say, that people, there is a high demand. Now, jean shorts, you know, like Daisy Dukes, all those are super cute.
Yes.
Shorts, like
Yeah.
to the knee.
Come on, Thinkorswim, what the
I'm
hell?
not into those, but it's interesting to see, you know, I don't even know if the term
Okay,
is
so it's telling me
is
it can't
correct
connect.
because we
Okay,
used to
so
use that
something's
term,
up
right?
here.
I am showing my age clearly here. But yeah, so
Okay.
you've seen it come back and Levi, you know, benefiting off of just some of the strength in terms of trends here. They are also, though, focusing a lot on direct consumer. Over 50% of their business is DTC. And that drove growth of more than 10% during the quarter. E-commerce is actually also now profitable. We saw women's apparel also up double digits as well. And it's not just about their jeans. They have tops as well. We forget about that because when we think about Levi's, we just
Let's
think about bottoms.
see.
You saw growth in tops as well. That was also double digits.
Nvidia.
Women's business is the highest margin business there. So, you know, once upon a time, Levi's was all about the guys. And, you know, I'm going to use an even older phrase that they used to call jeans dungarees. But they've been expanding their women's business. And then, yes, Nicole, you're right. You are seeing some analyst calls. I'll highlight one of those. JP Morgan Chase increasing their price target to 23 from 18. So they may need to boost it more after this. It's up.
Well, that really pisses me off. Okay, it's trade executed, but at a lower price. That happens, I guess. Not the end of the world there, Vinny.
In the big picture here. All right, let's get to Amazon. It's the 4-day Prime Day.
Yes.
It's always short.
Yeah.
So I think it started off a little small because a lot of people, I heard this morning, you know, they were using Adobe and all these channel checks, that people were cross-pricing with Walmart and Target. And so sales have been rising across the board because people were finding some deals at the other places too. So how's Amazon doing?
I'm one of those people who has been cross-checking to see what else is out there. But so you have some analyst activity around Amazon today. Part of that also has
Waiting
to do
for
with Prime.
Thinkorswim to get,
Morgan Stanley's boosting its price
waiting for to
on
get
Amazon to
back the,
300.
can't even think
Morgan
straight.
Stanley's
Waiting for Thinkorswim to open back up. I'm able to get onto it on my phone, just not on my desktop here. Okay, Palantir, nice little move on Palantir.
240, excuse me. That was driven by stronger channel checks. Sounds like those similar channel checks to what you're talking about, Nicole, and a more favorable currency outlook. Piper Sandler lifting its price target to 250 from 212. Again, they also point to stronger AWS estimates here, and then longer term margin expectations for Amazon. Morgan Stanley says AWS is positioned to gain market share against Microsoft's Azure, against Google Cloud, and against
Okay, SPY.
survey. You're familiar with that, and that backs up expectation. They
RSI pulling back a little bit.
when it comes to AWS. Piper Sandler, they also boost AWS projection again based on positive CIO sentiment, Chief Investment Officer sentiment.
All right, so I can't get into Thinkorswim right now for some reason. Pissing me off.
They say that for automation. We've heard more about robotics at Amazon, especially when it comes to just moving products and dealing with the warehouses. And Piper Sandler also talks about Prime Day, as you mentioned, Nicole. So they think that's going to boost retail performance and customer engagement because it is twice as long this year.
Yeah, without a doubt, more manageable tariff backdrop. We've been talking about tariffs a lot coming into all of this. So right now, what an incredible bounce back it's had too. So 16% 3 months, but maybe a final thought on when we get to Spotify.
So I would say the final thought is
Yeah, you can't open your mobile. Okay. Let's see, Frank, you're on the East Coast. Steven, you're on the East Coast. It could be an East Coast thing.
positive year to date, but it certainly has some significant catch up as it relates to the top of the leaderboard for the Max 7, the Meta, the Nvidias. It has not performed in the same way, but now you are seeing analysts kind of shift their tune, and more of that has to do with not as much the e-commerce and retail space. That was some of the concern around Amazon is the pressure there as it relates to tariffs, but
Nvidia pushing higher. All right, I just sold Nvidia. Figures.
785 was the high. 706. What's the latest here?
so Spotify activity around it. It's been a huge winner year to date compared to a big outperformer compared to the S&P 500. KeyBank raising its price target on Spotify to 860.
I'm not even sure I got into SPY.
640. So that signals
Okay.
some significant room to run where it is now. A little bit of pressure today, but again, it's been a huge outperformer year to date. KeyBank is reiterating their overweight rating, which, as you know, is the equivalent of a buy rating. JP Morgan Chase also lifting their target on the Spotify. They're lifting it to 780 from 730. They're citing strong positioning within the internet sector. There still is some, kind of caveats within the sell side on this. KeyBank says there could be potentially some short-term noise into Q because of Forex, social charges, and just seasonal gross margin shifts. So some seasonality of factors that they think could potentially be at play there. But they still recommend buying the dip, and they say their confidence in the longer-term fundamentals for Spotify. All right. Thank you so much. Diane Hall, great to see you. Good news there. We will be right back, folks, because we have more for you.
All right, so I'm getting all kind of weird errors here.
Morning Trade Live. We'll be right back. The Dow is down 312. We'll be right back.
Okay, SPY.
Empower your portfolio with the Schwab Network. Available anytime, anywhere, on any device for free. Schwab Network.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do.
I'll get out here.
Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst calls. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
Schwab.com. Okay.
No politics, no noise. From bell to bell and beyond. Available anytime, anywhere, any device. Schwab Network.
Let me try thinkorswim.com.
Experienced investor.
Charles
Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Are you an active trader?
thinkorswim.com.
Webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper understanding of
Thinkorswim.com.
technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time to go inside Meta Platforms. Tyler Ellergard's with us, portfolio manager for Gradient Investments. Tell me a little bit about your thoughts on Meta. Of course, we've seen a lot of spending on AI. They talk about more and more. Will it be worth it in the long run, in your opinion? Some of your thoughts.
Yeah, look, I mean, from Meta's perspective, they are starting to see the return on investment, and that's really what investors are looking for. I think this year specifically, investors didn't necessarily care too much across the board for AI companies, whether that's Microsoft, Meta, Amazon, Google, or Alphabet, sorry. I think investors didn't necessarily care what the return on investment is yet. I think that's a more 2026, 2027 type of picture. We have to get the infrastructure.
Schwab.com.
Is seeing that return on investment already through their generative ad recommendations. I think that's very important for investors in Meta and why the stock is doing what it's doing. So I think overall, Meta is going to continue to spend on it. I think that CapEx can continue to increase.
I'm used to a certain workflow, so when it's not working, Palantir on the move. when it's not working, it really throws everything off. I'm able to log in on my mobile, so I did take some things off on my mobile, but it doesn't change, the broadcast. I have a certain way of doing my broadcast. There goes Google, Meta. All right, so things are starting to bounce. Okay, looks like opportunities. Okay, Coinbase. All right. All right, so thinkorswim.com is just sitting here doing nothing. Okay, let me go to schwab.com. Schwab.
So that's why you're seeing Mark Zuckerberg trying to poach other talent because they're trying to move their platform forward and be the first mover to
Schwab.com.
artificial intelligence. Or AGI, sorry, just like ChatGPT and OpenAI were the first real company to be generative AI. So whoever that first mover is really wins that phase.
Okay, 59.
So at this point now, when you think about AI.
Okay, so looks like I'll be in schwab.com.
Right now.
I think it's a winner. I think Meta can continue to push.
Okay,
forward,
Schwab
you're
working.
seeing the revenue growth, you're seeing the earnings growth, and quite frankly, you're going to start to see more free cash flow growth. We've seen free cash flow margin compress a little bit here. And so if you look at a valuation metric of price to free cash flow versus a price to earnings is probably more in that long-term average right now.
It executed this time? Okay, let me try again.
Quite expensive. But as this CapEx spend slows down, it's still going to grow, but it's going to slow down a little bit. And so you're going to start to see that free cash flow margin increase pretty dramatically. And so if you start to look at 2026 and even 2027 estimates for free cash flow for Meta, that valuation metric comes down quite a bit and actually begins to look quite attractive. So I would say the outlook is great. And then you also couple that with.
Okay, let's see if this loads up.
To generate revenue from
Okay, looks like Toss is working now.
WhatsApp. So we've all seen how well they've done with Facebook.
Okay, Thinkorswim's working now.
And now they're launching the WhatsApp. So they're.
Oh man, you wouldn't believe this morning. This morning has been so hectic. I didn't, my alarm, I had my phone ran out of charge, so my alarm didn't go off when I wanted it to go. I usually get up at 6:30, 7 o'clock, something like that. I wanted to run around and get some flowers for my daughter and do a few things. I got accused some things that are just like making me crazy right now. I can't even think straight. Elena. All right, NVIDIA on the move. Damn, I could have got such a better exit on that. NVIDIA.
Investor takes advantage of a move higher into the report. We should probably hear more
Okay.
analyst commentary as we
All right.
approach the next few weeks.
Coinbase, CONL, lower at the moment.
I'm gonna buy, in the
Bitcoin pushing
For
higher.
example, that's 14 days to expiration. You avoid earnings. Buy the 720 strike, call it's out of the money by just over $5 to the upside, and then against it, sell the 740 strike.
Okay, what did I buy? I don't even know what I know if I bought these SPY calls or not. Let me see here.
That's your risk.
Um,
$750 with the opportunity to make $1,250 if it
No,
goes
they
over
didn't even fucking execute. Excuse me.
over the next 2 weeks. Now you got to remember the stock was just at all-time highs of about $747 just over a week ago. So it has that ability to go up there. You've got a good risk reward setup, but you do need on this type of strategy, you do need the stock to move higher to above that break even of 727.50 over the next 2 weeks. That's about share price. So this is one of those
Okay, I got to clear my head somehow. This has really got me upset. Very few things get me upset, except when it comes to money and having no control over something situation. As who was it, Aristotle or Socrates? I forget which one. For those of you who are theologians or whatever the term is, if you're familiar with Greek logic, it might have actually been Caesar. I think it was Caesar who said, "Be comfortable with the things you cannot control." Right? When you're trying to control things, no control over this, so I'm gonna chill.
Meta's not immune to market moves. Sell the 700 put, buy the 680 strike put. So a short, neutral to bullish, $20.
Yeah, Schwab options trades are basically free anyway. I mean, they don't charge you anything.
Probably going to $5.50 right now because the stock has pulled back. But if you collect that $4
What?
credit, that's what you
What?
make on this
Now it's showing up on my account.
first spread with about $1,550 in risk. The key is it takes your break even all the way down to $695.50, right? So you're giving yourself nearly a 2.5% cushion to the downside on this one. Now,
35 cents, yeah.
Short 700 strike in this strategy. This is on the money.
Coinbase. All right, let me buy some coin here. I'm gonna buy some coin. It's starting to turn. CONL. Let me buy some couple hundred shares here.
Nearly $1,500 or $1,600 in risk on this one, but that's because your profit 3 out of 4 scenarios. The stock can go up, it can stay where it is.
Okay, I bought some coin.
Lower, but remain above that 695.50 break even, and you can be profitable on this type of trade. So they're both directionally bullish. These example trades. One's just
Okay, so you see the dealer hedge flow. Okay, let me buy some S&P 0-day. Let me buy some S&P 0-day now. SPX. Looks like we're going to get going here. 6260 is what Brett was looking at, given everything we're seeing. 6260. What? Why so much? Why are these calls so much? 6260s.
Opportunities don't stop when the market.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
Schwab gives you round-the-clock access to over 800 of the most popular stocks and ETFs, plus a wide variety of futures markets. All with 24-hour support from trading specialists who understand the ins and outs of 24-hour trading. No matter the hour, you can trade brilliantly with Schwab.
All right.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just
All right, I bought today's 6260 call.
offers a webcast that's right for you.
0-day.
Active Trader. Our active trading webcasts are designed to help you develop a deeper deeper understanding of technical analysis, options, futures, and more. Best of all, you can ask questions by chatting directly with an education coach.
Okay, they go to UMAC. UMAC has been doing a shake.
Tune in live or watch on demand. Head over to
UMAC is active.
Coaching and start learning today.
Okay. What is going on here? Why can't I zoom it? There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, looking for some follow through here. Coinbase on the move.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Ameritrade, giving you even more specialized trading support.
Okay, futures are on the move. We got a 60. We'll get a 60-minute buy signal here shortly. We're on a 60-minute buy signal.
Get 24/7 live access support by phone, email, and any platform chat.
60-minute buy signal at 7 o'clock.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full service wealth management skills in the business. Actually, I've seen something from Schwab.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Okay, little hook here.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Pepperlady. You're live on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange on this Friday. Records yesterday.
Okay, we had a 60-minute buy signal on the futures. See if we get some follow through here.
We're down about 0.5% on the Dow Jones Industrial Average, losing 261 points. The S&P sitting at 6253. This has been a real level.
Okay, we got a little bit of supply right here. Let's see, S&P 500. Okay, let's see.
62.90 yesterday. And the NASDAQ right now is down 46 points, and the Russell losing 0.75%. Oil and gold are both higher. Bitcoin's hit record over 118,000. The 10-year bond yield is really behaving at this 440 level, not really doing much in quite some time, actually. Jeff Pierce, Senior Manager, Derivatives Trading, Charles Schwab is with us. And you're looking at a few trends in particular. What stands out to you?
Well, I mean, it's interesting watching this cool off this morning, especially after we saw the S&P hitting those highs yesterday, the NASDAQ also rising despite the tariff news. But we've seen the markets shrug off most of these tariffs.
Okay, UMAC is on the move. UMAC.
More recently, the announcement of 35% tariffs on Canada could be making a bigger mark this morning. Also, the discussion around the remaining countries going to 15 to 20%, which is much higher than the 10% that we've heard prior. That said, we have seen the markets initially react to these tariff letters.
Okay, S&P cash looking for the follow through. We got support down here.
Trade as well, but we could be seeing the market slow down just a little bit ahead of next week. We've got that CPI.
Yeah, next week I'm expecting some, volatility to pick up.
These tariffs are affecting inflation, and hopefully give the Fed what it needs to decide if they're going to go forward. Investors are certainly going to be focused.
Okay, there goes Coinbase. Very nice move on Coin. Google down still. All right. UMAC is on the move. UMAC.
Interesting going forward throughout the day to see if we once again shrug off this tariff news.
And maybe it's a little premature because a lot of the tariffs have not been put into place. So if people are expecting maybe they'll get a glimpse. Because
Okay.
there's still a lot of tariffs that are in the works. You're watching gold.
Okay, looking for the S&P to continue to climb here. S&P.
Crude is a really interesting story right now because we just saw that oil supply has risen faster. That came out from the IEA. Oil prices are also higher on the potential sanctions.
Coinbase climbing. Coinbase.
Is considering pausing some of their output hikes.
All right, thank you, Corey. TTM on New York FANG components.
That's above the 2.8 million barrel estimates that we saw out there. That
New York FANG.
does bring stockpiles
Okay.
up to 426 million barrels.
The way this is acting right now, I would definitely take some more off the table. I did exit NVIDIA too early only because I was having issues with Schwab. I did that on my mobile phone. I had a pretty big positions expiring today. I had 25 calls and they were up like 100%. So finally got that order, even though it did continue. All right, now it's flagging. Okay, so Amazon looking better. Take some profits off. Reassess your positions. Take some profits off. I'm at about right now my trading account. I guess I'm about 30% cash.
Maybe not quite like the trade it used to be. Investors have been following the stock, kind of watching the development change, and they're getting an upgrade from Wedbush to outperform from neutral. They said AMC is poised to benefit from the more consistent release slate over the next several years. Wedbush also pointed out the company is completing what could be the last share issuance.
All right, there goes Apple. Apple popping up.
They did hike their 12-month price target on AMC to $4.
There goes Microsoft.
So it's interesting to watch that business kind of.
Yeah, I can't function without having all these screens. I mean, I'm watching the New York FANG. I'm watching my trading. I'm watching the room. I'm doing the broadcast on another screen. I'm watching the 10 New York FANGs. I'm watching the futures. And also trading, and another set of screens I'm watching Palantir. Palantir is nice little move. Palantir is almost back to the highs.
Once again, we're watching the market shrug off some of this tariff news. We're still seeing gold stay relatively.
Palantir looking really strong. Okay, S&P looks good. Not moving like I'd like to see, but let's see. New York FANG. Okay, we're still making higher highs and higher lows. Looking for a drift towards 62, 60.
Yeah, I mean, NVIDIA 166 yesterday. Pretty
We're at
amazing.
62.54. Okay, so back to 62. I might take some of these off. Okay, I'm not able to watch these. I'm going to take these S&Ps off.
JD Durkin is with me, and we're seeing some the analyst calls as well.
Yeah, we certainly are, and all this coming ahead of next Thursday's anticipated earnings call for the company. Nicole, I was thinking about this today. Remember back in the day before there was a Magnificent Seven, we had the FANG index, so to speak. Netflix, the only original FANG.
Can we get going here? All right, I got my finger on the trigger for S&P. I bought a few of these 62 60s, and those were running $800 per contract. All right, there goes Apple. Okay, next leg up. Okay, I'll leave this alone for now. I'll save this, or I'll save that. Okay, so that's moving. Okay, looks good. S&P middle of this would be about 62, 65, 62, 70. Okay, if you know the way Lee Star used to look at things, I still can't believe he's not here. Okay, yesterday's high, low, today's low. Okay, so 618, 50% would be a little bit higher, 62, 62, more or less. Okay. S&P S&P continues to go. Okay, we're just starting to chop around here. Can we get another higher low? S&P.
Oh yeah. So that might be that will say 7 plus Broadcom, right? 7 plus Broadcom. I remember asking Hannah, it's our friend from Wedbush, a year and a half ago, what company would you add to the 7 at the time? He said Lisa Su and AMD. That was he was bullish on it. I think Netflix is trying to make it tastier, especially how it's done.
Okay, looking for more upside. Looking for more upside. Watching Trace, watching dealer hedge flows. Dealer hedge flows still turning up. Higher highs, higher lows. Apple's still moving. Apple's still moving.
Still have some sort of vote following, sort of like Tesla did, right? The OG, there's those that are catching up, but they don't fully catch up, not yet.
Yeah, and you look at all the other streamers, the Disney Plus, the Amazon Primes of the world, they get asked on those calls, how are you competing against arguably, in many ways, inarguably, maybe the giant of the space? Everything comes back to Netflix.
All right. Nice to see you, JD Durkin. Thank you so much. We want to make a trade with this. I mean, the high was 1341. And so we know this is an expensive stock. Dan Deming, managing partner, KKM Financial. Do you make
Okay.
a trade?
Looking for the markets to move. Watching dealer hedge flows. It's been a weird day. Been a weird day so far. Okay. Microsoft's still moving. Microsoft's still moving. Do I have today's calls or next week? Let's see. Next week's calls, those are up. Coinbase back and forth. Coinbase. UMAC. There goes Apple. UMAC looking good. All right, let's go take a look at UMAC.
What's your thought on the big picture? What's your thought on the big picture of what's going on in the market today?
UMAC breaking out. Okay, so this should keep going, I would imagine.
Technically new lows after the open, and now here we are finding some renewed strength. Still down on the session, but well off the intraday lows. So I mean, the resilience I think is just
yeah, IBIT. All right, so Bitcoin is turning back up. Bitcoin, IBIT. Do I want to double up on IBIT? Yes, I do. Let me see. What do I have? January, I think, right? I have September. All right, let me double up on IBIT. I'm going to double up on IBIT on this dip. Add to position. Buy 5 September. What's IBIT trading at? IBIT trading at. Oh, it's at 68. Okay, I have the 65.70 for September. but I need to roll these actually. Let me roll these out.
Netflix is next Thursday as well. So, yeah, I think the focus will be on the banks as well as the outlook, the guidance. I mean, the one outlook right now.
Roll these. Create a rolling order.
The inflation data. I mean, it continues to defy what the market had anticipated based on some of the administration's initiatives. So that is going to be a big number next week. I think you're looking at CPI, PPI, and then the earnings as they unfold. So those are the things I'm looking at to influence the market as we move into expiration week.
All right, Dan Deming, managing partner, KKM. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Coming up, the CEO of data infrastructure firm Cohesity joins us to talk all about AI and how it's impacting that industry. Morning Trade Live.
Okay, futures continue to move higher. Yeah, Meta's looking good. Short covering Meta. Okay, there goes Apple. All of the New York Fangs are bouncing. They're ripping the other direction. All right, so that looks good. NVIDIA, we're trading 166. NVIDIA. Okay, Coinbase looking good. NVDX. No, I don't want to do NVDX. I want to do. Let me take a look at NVIDIA again. NVIDIA. Okay, that's trending. Damn it, Janet. Not in a hurry to buy more NVIDIA because these are, I believe these are a bit expensive. IV's getting expensive. Let me just check what NVIDIA is doing here. Actually, NVIDIA's IB is pretty inexpensive. Netflix is a little expensive. So is Meta. Snowflake, Broadcom, NVIDIA. These are pretty low IV. Okay, NVIDIA, I'm going to buy some more NVIDIA. Buy in the money. NVIDIA, let's see, NVIDIA. NVIDIA, okay, NVIDIA's trending. Okay, so that looks like it's just going to keep going. NVIDIA, let me go. When are the earnings again? It's on the watch list. Watch list. Watch list. NVIDIA. August 27th. Okay, August 22nd. 7th. Okay, there goes S&P. Okay, let me just check that. Okay, so NVIDIA is fairly inexpensive. Okay, there we go.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account.
All right, S&P 0-day coming off the low. Up volume is mixed. Up down volume is mixed across the board. What do I want to do here? NVIDIA first. Okay, let me look at NVIDIA first. August 15th. All right, monthlies. August monthly. Oh, these are pretty inexpensive. 40 deltas are only $4. All right, I'm buy some NVIDIA 175s.
Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moves to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds.
All right, NVIDIA. I bought some August 175s.
The checking account built for investors.
$4.
Believe me, when it comes to investing, you'll love Carl's Way. Take a left here, please. But there's a Carl's Way is the best way.
Is it? At Schwab, how I choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I want to manage some investments for me too.
Okay. We're just trending. We're on a 60-minute buy signal since 7 a.m. S&P. There goes NVIDIA. Okay. Perfect entry. Okay. Perfect entry on NVIDIA. Just got a follow through on that. Okay. S&P is still going. S&P. Let me buy some more S&P here. S&P. S&P. Can we fill the gap? Can we fill the gap?
Thanks, Nicole. Nice to talk to you again. Yeah, we are a company that's the market share leader in what's called data security and resilience solutions, and we protect customers' data from ransomware attacks. So we're very heavily focused on security. But about 2 years ago, we began to discover that the large amount of data, we protect about 200 exabytes of the world's data, was also a treasure trove of information for our customers for AI. So we started working with NVIDIA, the clouds, Google, Microsoft, and Amazon. NVIDIA became an investor in our company on top of Amazon and Google, who are already investors in our company. And now we're using that data for asking questions on it, asking, generative AI type of questions. Or think of it like Copilot or ChatGPT on this large amount of data. That's been a major breakthrough that I wouldn't have expected. So that's the intersecting security and AI.
All right. Hedging flows are still rising.
Company and private right now, but hope to go public in the future.
Is there a way to really sort of gauge how much of a threat this ransomware, these attacks? I mean,
Hedging flows still rising. Watching that purple line.
That's right. In fact, a significant amount of the way in which the security
Buy signal on the 60-minute futures has been in effect since 7 a.m. Okay, tick is lower on the 30-minute. Let's see what the 15-minute looks like. 15 minutes trying to turn. Okay, so you can see the buy orders down here. Okay, so nice area to bounce. Brent talking the same thing over at Spot Gamma. We're into the gap, so 50% would be somewhere around 62.70. We said 62.70. 62.62. 618 would be 62.68. That's just based on some rough numbers here. Let's go to the high right there. Yesterday's high and today's low. All right, so we're on the way there.
With an acquisition of the number 2 in the space, a company called Veritas, we were number 7. And now number 7 acquiring number 2 has now become number 1 in the space. So we orchestrated that last year, announced that last year, January, closed at the end of the year.
Okay, those 62.60s are working.
6 to 7 now months, the integration.
You're still in them?
Well, and that's made us a bigger and more profitable growth company.
Okay, all of the New York Fangs are giving you an opportunity to exit. I would take some off, folks. Next week is we've got a lot of data. I would reduce my exposure. While you have an opportunity, many of these are expensive. NVIDIA, implied volatility on NVIDIA is not expensive. One of the reasons I bought this morning. IB was pretty low on NVIDIA, and we're trending. So NVIDIA looking really strong. Okay, so Russell had a nice dime. I don't know if Russell said he took anything off yet. Russell, did you close your puts earlier? I imagine you did. Anybody see Russell's comments? Russell? Pretty sure you probably took it off, right?
3 copies of the data. They have a first copy, a second copy in the data center, and a third copy in a deep archive, what's called a cyber vault. So their security strategies are
very well thought through. There's a defense, the perimeter, layers of defense, and a well thought through.
Okay, S&P looking really strong here. S&P.
Now you take that to the other hand to another vertical, we're very strong. We have almost 1,000 customers in
Okay,
healthcare.
S&P still strong. Watching dealer hedge flows. Okay, dealer hedge flows are climbing.
Medical records of consumers, many hospital and companies in the healthcare sector have succumbed to these ransomware attacks, and often it takes a long time to recover. One of the advantages of our technology is we have the fastest cyber recovery of anybody in the industry because of the power of our technology. So these are the types of problems we're doing. And more recently,
VIX is dropping off. Okay, that's looking good. Okay, so who was it? Captain? Who was it that mentioned this morning about the dips get bought? Who was it? Captain this morning was talking about it, I think. Pre-market. Was that you, Captain, talking about the every dip has been bought? Let's see. 927. Or was it Rodney? Was it you, Rodney? Somebody mentioned it this morning about these dips today. Let's see. Who was it? Who was it here? Okay.
At the bottom of the stack are the infrastructure companies and hardware that are absolutely making money in AI. Best evidenced by NVIDIA. Look at that market cap, a little over $4 trillion. They're an investor in us, a key partner. They picked one company invest, so we're very excited about the work. And players in that service provider space like CoreWeave. In the top of that hourglass, you have LLMs and sort of companies that are doing applications for AI. We're an example of a company in that infrastructure and application space. There could be companies that are using that in the SaaS space, like Microsoft and Salesforce, Adobe. And they're
MICR.
In the middle, I think it's going to be a lot of sort of questions to whether LLMs are one example where I think value starting created, but there's a lot of companies in the middle of that.
I don't even see it.
AI washing infrastructure. It's not clear how much they're going to make money. So time will tell. And I think the best way we encourage both private and public investors is to really look at the use cases. The use case that I described for us is a very tangible use case that leads to value, and we're selling it. And a lot of the others are just going to be hyped that there's the use cases are going to evaporate, and there's probably not going to be a lot of money made.
You got it at $12.95. Let's see, Netflix. That's a hard call. Netflix. It could move down to the 50-day. Hard to call. Hard to call that one.
Public companies, but I'm also a private investor in private companies. So at the bottom of that sort of stack, companies like NVIDIA, CoreWeave, I'm watching them closely. And then certainly we'll have to see how the chip companies like AMD and others, catch on to that wave, and maybe long-term even Intel. At the top of that stack are companies like Salesforce and Microsoft and Google, others who are using AI in applications. And if they really start, Google's a good example of a company that should really have a tremendous advantage as they think about their power and search, Gemini, and so on. Amazon could be another one that does well. In the middle, a lot of private companies are going to have to watch.
Yeah, Netflix hasn't been performing very well. It's still fading a bit. It could fade down to the 50-day. It could fade down to the 50-day. Sereni. Okay, it could fade down to the 50-day. Netflix could bounce today. It's really hard to call. It's right at the 50% retracement. Stochastics isn't quite oversold. MACD is still pointing down. There's still some selling volume. Could bounce. It could test the 50-day. Could bounce today. Looks like there's buyers here. So I would probably, if you're going to sell it today, I would probably wait for it to get back above the 20. The way I look at the 20 EMA on the 60-minute is if it's in a trend down, it's below the 20 EMA, then I'm out. Okay, so and only looking to day trade it. Okay, NVIDIA is still going. That was a good trade. NVIDIA, good trade.
myself. We've got to learn. I didn't know what retrieval augmented generation, the deep techniques were. So we've got to go back to school. And if I, as a CEO of my company,
Okay, nice move on Tesla.
we all have to have a growth mindset to learn.
Tesla. Okay, that's looking good. Tesla. Let's see. Do I have any of today's calls left? I do not. I have August 1st calls. Tesla.
One day on a business trip, I came back and she said, "Dad, you've been displaced. I've been using ChatGPT to help me, not to cheat, but to help me in my tests, and I don't need you anymore." That's the world we live in, Nicole. We all have to build that growth mindset, learning about AI, even as we continue to build the best talent in this country and different parts of the world in AI.
Tesla took some off. Those expired today. Okay, so SPY, SPX, we're starting to flag a little bit. S&P 500 flagging. Tesla. Aaron, you looking at Tesla? Okay, let's take a look at Tesla for Aaron. Okay, let's look at Tesla for Aaron. Let's see, Tesla. When can it go below 200, as you said? Don't see it doing that. Are you talking 300? 300? Yeah, hard to see it get below 200. Okay, we're in a base. We're on a base.
Trading at Schwab is now powered by Home, giving you even more specialized trading support. Connect with the Schwab Trade Desk, our team of passionate traders.
Okay, Tesla looking good. Okay, so we got this base on base pattern.
Trading the trending names every day. It's Fast Market. Ready for you, ready to go. I'm Kevin Hayes. Catch me on Fast Market.
You'll love Carl's Way. But there's Carl's Way is the best.
Schwab, why choose to invest is up to me.
Exactly. I can invest and trade on my own.
Yes, and I let them manage some investments for me too.
Let's move on, shall we? No can do. Where are you going?
Schwab. Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Whether you're a bull or a bear, want to catch the latest market action on Morning Movers with me, Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange, only on Schwab Network.
Okay, MACD turning, stochastics turning. This is looking good for Tesla. Tesla stochastics turning up. That's telling you to look for closes in the upper half of the daily range on a rolling basis. This is a 14-day rolling. Okay, MACD is starting to turn. MACD is starting to turn. RSI is turning. Okay, RSI is turning as well. Okay, looking for RSI. There we go. NVIDIA 167.50 is the upper call wall. We went right through that. Okay, cool.
Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own. Not to mention Schwab is a team of specialists.
Okay, above the upper call wall, you know what happens. We got dealers having to buy shares in order to hedge their short positions.
to watch names reporting. So Jenny's first taking a look here at JP Morgan Chase, which kicks off the big bank earnings next week on Tuesday, I believe. So tell us a little bit about what we're watching for here.
Yeah, I think that this will give a great read on some of the concerns. I do think it's pretty widely believed now that inflation has run up so considerably over the last 3 months. This is going to be a very different earnings period for the banks than we saw last quarter. Last quarter, following a lot of that pessimism we really got in the winter of 2025, we saw expectations that were pretty beaten down for the big banks, and then they ended up actually performing quite well. And I think that, not to criticize that, because a lot of what the concerns were regarding like credit risk and loan losses, as well as like overall investment banking, trading, all of those divisions.
Okay, looking good. All these fangs are moving higher. Let me take some Apple off here. Apple. Okay, S&P continues to perform here. Okay, cool. Let's see, Tesla. TSLL. TSLL.
More strain in Europe than what we face here in the U.S., but did acknowledge that under Trump's administration right now, economically speaking, we need things to not deteriorate or else things could fall apart with the now current tax incentives as well as just, levies we've seen it put into place. So Jamie Dimon spoken about some of his feelings of the economy. I mean, he was saying last
Okay, and Nvidia's still going. I should have doubled up on that sucker. Oh, Nvidia, you're so pleasant. Okay, UMAC is still going. 1172. I might start to scale out of UMAC. Look for a little retracement to get back in. UMAC. Okay, I'm going to sell half of my UMAC.
Also expecting to see some declines for top and bottom line, but the tone into this banking really reported.
Okay, sold half of my UMAC. Had shares for several weeks since I don't forget who mentioned it. Might have been Tony.
All right, thank you for that. The trading revenue, I can't wait to hear from all these banks next week and the outlook as well. Rick, take a look at the charts.
Yes, some concern that these big stocks have risen perhaps too far too fast from these April lows down here. JP Morgan up over 40% from that point.
Okay, Nvidia above that upper call wall.
For the most part, we can see that we had this notable high point back here near 280. We can now see that roughly it lines up with the bottom of our upward sloping channel here and our 21-day exponential moving average here. All of that comes together around 280, 282, that general zone here. So it's looking like within the past few days, we retested that old resistance level, which now has become supportive. For now, though, a bit of a question mark. We can see today's candle, a doji, basically, where we are at where we opened after some fluctuations here. Interesting situation, a Harami type candle here set up heading into this weekend. We have JPM earnings coinciding with monthly July options expirations as well too, so it could be an interesting situation. RSI momentum still holding up out of the overbought area, but holding on to this very modest green trend line that we see here. So it's still a more bullish bias for that particular indicator.
Okay, Nvidia is still going. All right, so S&P starting to sputter a little bit. So are the New York Fangs, with the exception of Google and Nvidia, continue to make new highs. I would take the opportunity to maybe reduce my exposure. Okay, Super Micro, that would pull back, it looks like, huh? Super Micro.
Yesterday we heard from Delta, such great news, and next week we'll hear from United Airlines. Reports on Wednesday, Jenny. Some of the talk on Wall Street.
Yeah, I think the huge driver, a lot of yesterday's enthusiasm with all the airlines. I mean, we saw a 16% spike in United, which now up about 6.5% this week. to the still degree of uncertainty on these airlines, but it also makes me nervous that we saw such a substantial pop and we haven't even gotten their own results yet because, well, yeah, the rising tide can lift all boats in the airlines. United's also its own beast here. I mean, shares have risen roughly 44% just in the last 3 months. So also, I'd say in the airlines, the bar is a lot different. But the encouraging thing is, similar to Delta, United has been really honing in on these premium offerings and serving more of these consumers that are trying to upgrade to, get that leg room or also be upgraded to business or first class. And that seemingly part of their business is quite resilient. As far as summer travel, I think also Delta's commentary saying that but what they're seeing for the rest of this peak summer demand era, they're expecting to see it actually better than feared, and that runs through August. So that should also bode well for United. But in United's case right now, previously they had given the two 2025 profit outlooks, calling the economy impossible to predict. And I like that because instead of withdrawing their guidance, they at least give us something of like, hey, this is if the tariff situation evolves, this is if it doesn't. So I will be curious to know like what lane they pick because I think you can make the argument for both ways. There's still definitely looming tariff threat, but there's also right now at least the expectations that hopefully we're pricing in.
Okay, Tesla looking for more upside.
The airline as far as the sell side. So it's a massive, massive company. Both names do have these nice premium offerings, but it's still going to be, I think, hugely how the average domestic traveler is seeing that demand now going forward, and also how they're able to juggle.
Okay, Tesla, we're at what, 300 or above the upper call wall, unless Money Magic updated that. Let's see.
Of profitability that they see. The airline business is tough where it's one to see
Tesla. Tesla 310, 315.
Consumer spending is going to be the big story as we go into the fall. I mean,
310, 315 call walls.
The economy is still looking pretty good, but people are worried about them. We have the holidays. Let's see what UAL will say next week. I'm very interested to hear if they come out with a similar type of report pertaining to demand. So let's look at the chart. That's you, Rick.
Yeah, it's interesting that United had an even bigger reaction than Delta did to the Delta earnings here. So quite a sympathy move for the airline sector here. But when we look at our chart, we can see that there was a pronounced range-bound period right here between about 72 to 84, our light green line to our dark green line there. And you can see high points and then subsequent low points hold resistance, became support. If we backtrack and look at 84, that was the low point after we had a gap up. That was the breakdown point here. And then price attempted to retest that level several times. Now we've had a pretty strong breakout to the upside, heavy volume, a volume spike, meaning at least 50% greater than the 50-day simple moving average of volume. We're well below that now, almost twice as much volume as typical here. So that shows conviction on the part of the traders when you see a large gap up on heavy volume. However, as with our last chart, a Rami type candle forming today so far, it could change. There's still plenty of time left, but the smaller red candle completely contained within the real body of the previous day's larger green candle. So typically regarded as a sign of momentum interrupted. Also could just be simply some profit taking after this quite large jump to the upside here. Linear regression line, our line of best fit, our blue line here, an idea of fair value comes in at about 92.60 or so. That's about where we topped out yesterday. Another heavy volume area here from about 95 to 97. That could be a resistance area to watch out for. To the downside,
Okay.
For support, 84 is where that
S&P just kind of fading back, looking for a bounce. And watch Trace, watch the hedge flows. If it turns back up again, we could see a move back to the top of the gap, maybe.
The making of the NVIDIA chip. It also has its hand in so many key parts of technology. I mean, it's not a report that estimated they basically produce right now about 90% of the tech that you and I know and love. So as well as the Apple iPhones, they also do make the chipsets behind Qualcomm. I mean, the list just goes on and on and on. Plus, I think a massive competitive over. I mean, maybe Intel will be the closest competitor in terms of the foundry business, but plus they've already made substantial investments here in the U.S. even ahead of these tariff announcements. They've already strengthened that relationship with, of course, the Trump administration and focusing on building in Arizona and producing here domestically. So they've been undergoing that for years now, which was a strategy that was brilliant as companies do right now try to serve more and more here domestically. I think they've just been firing on all cylinders. And that's the thing that NVIDIA has right now.
Okay, Google's still going. Apple looking for another bounce. Tesla just sitting here. Netflix just sitting here. NVIDIA stalling at the high. Okay, looking for a higher low. Looking for that hedging flow to turn back up on the S&P. Looking for a higher low now. Note the Bollinger Bands are coming together right now over me. Okay, let me take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
Think NVIDIA or Broadcom or Oracle. So for that reason, I think there's still optimism to be had. It's just also does have a broader scope of customers. It's not just entirely a U.S. company, and so perhaps that's still providing a bit of a ceiling here. But I think they've been in the right place, right time for so many years now. And just I think that the foundry business model is one that's brilliant, especially if you're still a believer in the mass opportunity to be had in AI.
So much to watch for with this name. I mean, when we talk about the first half of the year and 40% revenue growth, I know June saw some sales decline, but that's great news thus far. So will sales surge? What will we watch for? Jenny doing a great summation there. Tell us about the chart. What's interesting to you? It certainly has been on an upward trend. Liberation Day.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say what I always say. It's hard for me to imagine people wanting less computer chips going forward here. So just my general take there. And the chart is showing that we are pushing above an old high here. This red line represents a high point near 226. We did hit some significant lows, but we held on near our previous lows from all the way back here, August 5th. That other day where the Japanese stock market and again had some issues here, so it brought many stocks to significant lows. But it's important that we held on there. We rallied. We're up about 73% or so from that point. Now, price action making more of a very narrow rising wedge type shape. Our two upward sloping trend lines converging toward each other, and actually today price starting to drift beyond that point. So yesterday, to kind of continue our candle pattern theme here, we did have a bearish engulfing candle. Yesterday's bigger red candle swallowed up the previous day's smaller green candle. But an important part of that is that there needs to be bearish follow through the next day. You would expect a big move for the confirmation of the candle. We're seeing the opposite. We're seeing more, once again, third time in a row, a Harami type candle, a smaller candle that suggests slowing momentum here, despite us moving beyond this trend line here. RSI also reflecting a similar slowdown with some bearish divergence here. Doesn't necessarily mean a collapse is coming, just means perhaps that price is consolidating after reaching some highs here. +2 standard deviation channel, our orange line, 2 standard deviations up from the linear regression line, comes in at around 241. To the downside, our 212 level, our green line, representing some old significant highs and lows, matches up with where volume starts to pick up again.
To Jenny Horn every day here on Chart Master, doing so much work on the fundamentals of the story and charting stock. Thank you both so very much. Appreciate it. After the break, we'll discuss the day thus far. Obviously, a lot to look forward for next week, but we're seeing NVIDIA today 10%. Now we're taking in our market meetup panel.
What's up, Carl Nation? It's your number one broker with the best full service wealth management skills in the biz. Actually, I'm seeing something from Schwab. Uh-oh.
Yeah, Schwab lets you invest and trade on your own.
And if you want, they can even manage it for you.
Not to mention, Schwab has a team of specialists for taxes, insurance, and estate planning, all with low fees.
We're experiencing technical difficulties. Carl.
Schwab, a modern approach to wealth management.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time for our market meetup panel. Joining me right here, JD Durkin here with me and Kevin Hanks at the CBOE. Thank you both for being here. I mean, yesterday we saw the S&P hit a high, the closing record. Nvidia was in a high, and we were just it took a glimpse, and that's getting closer to 168 now. JD, let's pass that to you.
Still at an all-time high. It's continuing to track higher here in this Friday session. You know, the broader markets are off their session lows. Not the case for Nvidia. Continue to move higher, and Microsoft just within 1% or so of its all-time high. It's kind of in that category. It's just you think about the power and the legacy of a stock like that has just continued to perform. But it's a really interesting day. I think it's a bit of a reminder for the even fractional pullback we have here in the bull that perhaps the market's not entirely out of the woods from the tariff-related uncertainty. Obviously, we're not seeing the degree of pullback that we had on so-called Liberation Day and those April 7th lows, but we did have a few reminders, I would argue, in sessions over the last few days. We saw those additional tariffs that were aimed against countries like South Korea and Japan. We had a little bit of market pullback, but still, overall, this is a market with short-term memory. It is looking for the silver lining every day in action in overall trade volume. And we're seeing, for the most part, still seeing that market kind of push to new all-time highs like we had yesterday. And it sets the stage, as you said before the break, for an incredibly busy next week. Wow.
Yeah. I'm also curious to see if things turn around at all today. We've had some trends that we're watching. Airlines, for example, Delta was great. We're waiting on United. What are some of your thoughts?
Well, as we get through this first, 2 weeks of July, you and I talked about it earlier in the show that these are historically bullish weeks, but the sentiment starts to change next week when earnings start to come out. It'll be a different tone, and the bar, even though if you look at some of these financials like JP Morgan, Bank of America, they're all down in the last week. Bank of America down about 5% in the last week. JP Morgan down about a little over 3%, but they're still up big numbers. So that throws it. Is the bar high, or is the bar high but coming down because they corrected a little bit this week? So I think the banks are going to put up big numbers. The question is, does that take them higher? And then, any week where we look at CPI, PPI, we're going to be talking about inflation, and that's going to lead into Fed discussions, right? And where does that take us in terms of a July rate cut, which is almost 0% chance, but a September rate cut is really starting to gain momentum.
Yeah.
And that's what I think is on the horizon.
Yeah, really looking forward to the inflation print next week. Inflation prints, I should say. And with the moves that we're seeing today, folks, even though we've seen records for the major averages for the NASDAQ and the S&P, it looks like maybe a losing week on Wall Street because we've been in a somewhat narrow range. So even with today's move, some final thoughts here, JD. What else are you watching?
It was just really interesting to hear President Trump yesterday point to the stock market as proof, in his estimation, that the tariff policy is not as bad as the naysayers had been worried about. And I woke up this morning wondering, does that further embolden the president to take more reaction and more action and kind of fire back against these countries like he did with Canada, who he may have taken the first trade shot. They may have retaliated. He's not a fan of the retaliation, so he's now kind of going back. I wonder to what degree he is looking at the all-time highs, despite little pullbacks like we have today, and further emboldening the way that he has not just rolled out trade policy, but really how he has been communicating it. Diane and I talked about the importance of having your notification set for Truth Social posts because they are market-moving posts once again from the president. And like you were just discussing, I think next week, as we get into earnings, we'll get a sense under the hood from the big banks and some really important consumer-facing brands we've been talking about throughout the morning here on Schwab, including Netflix, Pepsi, and some other really crucial names like Taiwan Semi as well, which you were just talking about a short time ago.
And Jensen Huang at the White House, Nvidia, oil and gold higher for the week. And Eric Kelly, who was on with us earlier, thought small caps have a place in this market as we move on and have an economic expansion going forward. He thought that would be coming. He also liked industrials. A final quick thought, Kevin.
Watch for your breakfast materials, Nicole. Orange juice and coffee, both exported from Brazil to the United States. 50% tariffs going to affect those. Orange juice concentrate futures up 9.5% today.
I like that. Okay. Well, we saw Kellogg with a possible deal, as you said. You talked about breakfast. It made me think of that stock for this week. So that got a big boost, 30% for the week. We'll follow that story too. Thank you both. Kevin Hayes, JD Durkin, great to see you and great to have you friends with us here on Morning Trade Live. I'm Nicole Tedalides, live at the New York Stock Exchange. Glad you're with me. Trading 360, Diane King Hall, next.
Schwab Bank Investor Checking, the checking account built for investors, named highest in client satisfaction by J.D. Power for 7 years in a row. With Investor Checking, you get the award-winning features of our checking account, plus cash management solutions, all designed for investors like you, with unlimited ATM fee rebates for cash withdrawals worldwide, no overdraft fees, and enhanced security features to keep your money safe. Also, because your investor checking account is linked to your Schwab One brokerage account, you can manage your checking and investing in one convenient location. Moving funds between your accounts is easy. Cash moved to your brokerage account is available in seconds. That means you can stop waiting and start investing in stocks, bonds, money market funds, and more. Get more with Schwab Bank Investor Checking, a checking account built for investors.
All right, let's see what the markets can do here. Let's see if the hedging flows turn back up. Right now, they're just sitting here. We're looking for a higher low. In order to get a higher low, we need to see hedging flows turn back up. NVIDIA is starting to flag or consolidate a little profit taking on NVIDIA.
After he passed away, the torch has been passed to me, and my advisor, Jennifer, she was with me with the journey, helping with the estate distribution. The two grandchildren planning for their college educations. Someday it'll be their turn.
Morning movers, be the first to find out what's shaping early market action. Tech Check, Options Corner, Futures Focus, Technical Analysis. Morning movers covers it all. Grab your coffee and tune in every trading day at 8 a.m. Eastern, only on Schwab Network.
Whether you're an experienced investor or just getting started, Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you. Do you like using charts when analyzing your stocks? Our technical analysis webcast series breaks down different charting techniques like trend analysis, price patterns, moving averages, oscillators, and much more. Best of all, you can ask questions directly to an education coach. It's interactive learning at its finest. Tune in live or on demand. Head over to schwab.com/coaching and start learning today.
minutes just about into the trading day on Wall Street. Welcome to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall, live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. We got pushback after those records yesterday. Let's start out with our roadmap. Coming up on today's show in our 360 spotlight, we'll take a look at the impact of the latest round of tariffs on the economy as President Trump continues to add to the list of countries seeing increasing tariffs. The disruptor today is Spotify after multiple analysts boosted their price target on the music streamer. And for our 360 round, we'll preview the upcoming earnings season and see how high the bar is with stock near all-time highs. Speaking of that, let's do a quick check on where markets are at the top of this hour. You are once again seeing some pushback in the S&P 500 after those records yesterday. Pushback in the tech sector as well. Within the S&P 500, we're off by about 1/3%. The biggest laggard is healthcare, followed by materials, and financials are seeing some fracture ahead of earnings next week. Keep in mind, JP Morgan Chase leads us off Tuesday of next week. Communication services also.
Okay, we're starting to get a hedge flow turn back up. There goes Amazon. Amazon's starting to go now. Amazon on the move. Okay, what's the Amazon call wall? It's 222.50. Okay, and 225. Okay, we're above the upper call wall. We're above the upper call wall. Amazon. Amazon's above the upper call wall. Okay, so you know what dealers have to do? They have to buy shares in order to hedge.
Sentiment today, given we're still close to records. Gold, you're looking at higher by about 1.5%, approaching 3,400. Crude oil higher by nearly 2.5% right now, above $68 a barrel for West Texas Intermediate. Let's talk about the bell of the ball. That's Bitcoin. Even amid some risk off, you're seeing an equity is still risk on.
Okay, there goes Amazon above the call wall. Okay.
Record level watch here with crypto, looking at Bitcoin above 118,000. For a look at one of the top moving stocks in today's market, I am joined by Alex Baum, the senior equities contributor here on the Schwab Network. We're taking a look at Tesla, Alex. All right, Tesla has price target cuts. Although it's still technically considered a member of the Mag 7, it's been real. Lagging. Stock down 0.5% right now. What's the latest here?
Yeah, good morning, Diane. Yeah, this is part of a broader, just general U.S. autos and IT industry update from Goldman. So although they have a little bit more optimistic things to say about the U.S. auto industry, not necessarily for Tesla. Looking at what they did, they keep a neutral rating on the shares. They do cut the price target, as you mentioned, from 315 to 285. But they actually say that the tariff levels seemed more measured than what they initially thought. And as a result, they do think it's still likely to have an impact on the U.S. auto space in general, but they are raising their U.S. auto forecast. They did say, though, they expect sort of this lumpy sort of supply and demand in the sense that there was pre-buying and will be pre-buying ahead of tariffs. And that might moderate in the second half.
Look, Kat, you got to make up your damn mind, okay? Either you stay in here or you go up. Okay, stop. Kat's getting on my nerves. She wants in, she wants out, she wants in. She doesn't like the locked doors, I guess.
So a little bit of an update on that front. Did also see.
I don't understand what they do sometimes. Cats.
Diane, Tesla planning to expand its
They don't like. They don't like locked doors for sure.
And then also Elon Musk in a post on X said that the XAI Grok chatbot might be coming to Tesla vehicles very soon. So that could be exciting. He actually said next week at the latest.
Okay, yeah, I saw the development on that front. I saw Elon Musk talking about that on Twitter X. And, you know, we're looking at a little bit of pressure on Tesla. It's been an underperformer compared to the rest of the Mag 7 and compared to the S&P 500. Any final thoughts you want to leave us with as you look across Tesla, Alex?
Yeah, I mean, it tends to be a relatively volatile stock compared to many of the other names that we talk about with this much activity and interest in this type of market cap. But that's part of the reason it is talked about, is it is a, you know, very interesting trade. It doesn't necessarily correlate super strongly with the overall market. It can outperform when the market's struggling. It can struggle when the market's
Okay, Netflix not getting any kind of follow through. Microsoft still pushing, watching for a bounce. Not yet. Not yet. Still looking at the hedge flows. Hedge flows are trying to turn up. Using Trace is almost a cheat code. Understanding where the gamma is and watching the actual hedging flow, that line is telling you what dealers are actually doing. Are they buying? Are they selling? What are they doing? Watch that line. It'll tell you exactly what they're doing in real time.
David, thank you so much for joining us. Let's talk a little bit about where things stand, right? Although look, we're seeing a little bit of a pullback, we can't ignore the records that we have seen. What's your outlook for the second half of the year?
You know, I like the setup that we've got for the second half of the year. We've got the big, beautiful bill that's just come out. I like to call that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act 2.0. Just a couple variations on that could help average families and really boost some things. But I'll be honest with you, when I start seeing things looking too good, I start to suspect that there might be something challenging that comes. There's just a lot of challenges that could be showing up in some weird ways.
I like that you said this because I've met yesterday, CFC event. There were a lot of Wall Street guys. You know, there were a lot of charts that they had about the Senate for the second half of the year, and they were largely bullish. And the question was, what's the risk on the horizon? What do you worry about?
You know, I'd say the thing that I worry about right now is the fact that we just had a labor number come out that says that unemployment for those that are filing unemployment, 30-month high. So in the last 30 months, we're at a high place. That's typically the last thing to go before the economy really starts having challenges is labor. I think that we're looking at the 10-year right now having some challenges, and I think it's probable that it goes up to 5% because we're at 37 trillion now that we crossed that threshold. So I'm concerned about the same things that we've always been concerned about, and we're just sort of trying to figure out how to right-size the ship, how to not overspend, how to get our nation back on track, how to build back here. But now we've got tariff conversations and some things that could be really disruptive. So
I'm glad you brought that up because it feels like, you know, I'm curious to know your thoughts on tariff risk. It feels like it's kind of gone to the back burner, and because it's not shocking. You know, the beginning of April when we first heard about the tariff, the level, the draconian level that was imposed, but there were still some high levels of tariffs. And even the news about Canada with the Trump administration imposing a higher tariff on Canada, that feels intense, but it seems like the market doesn't reflect that.
You know, the whole conversation with tariff, this is an interesting time. We've not really seen this play out in the modern age. Clearly, there is disruptions that happen at any point in time. I don't know what's going on in those negotiations or what the right answer should ultimately be. But here's what I do know. I do know that the world is changing right now as it relates to trade policy, where we had free trade and so much peace. It's obviously we got a lot more of a challenge right now. There's not so much peace. We got the BRICS nations that have been buying gold and whatnot at a record rates as opposed to buying our treasury. Why? Because no one wants a future IOU on the U.S. dollar when we print a new $1 trillion every 100 days, or that was at least the trend last year. So I think that the world is kind of like not in great shape with the U.S. dollar being the leader. if I can just be honest, I'll quote the Chinese Minister of Finance in August of 23. He said it costs 17 cents for the United States to print this $100 bill, and it costs us $100 in wholesale goods to get it. And he was exactly right. It's not exactly a great deal for everyone else in the world, but it is our world's reserve strength and power, and so it's really important that we keep it. That's why I think stablecoin legislation is so important, and why the Genius Act next week is such a big deal.
That's going to be a big focus next week. You know, there's a lot of focus on crypto right now. I mean, you have Bitcoin achieving a new record. We're talking about records and equities, but Bitcoin, even with risk off.
All right, so we're starting to see some more choppy action. Apple pulling back, Microsoft still going, Nvidia just off the high. Same with Amazon. Meta's turned the corner, higher lows. Let's see what Meta. Let's see what Meta looks like. Hedging flows for Meta. Here's Meta. Okay, Meta, you can see the flows continue to move higher there, Corey. Looks like Meta might work very well. Let's see what Broadcom is doing. Broadcom is starting to gear up. Okay. Coinbase did come back down and test the low again. Looks like Broadcom is trying to turn. Let's see what calls look like. Calls are down, puts are up. Okay. I'll stand pat with Broadcom. Nothing on Broadcom. Microsoft looking good though. Microsoft from yesterday. Microsoft looked good yesterday. Okay, making all-time highs. Microsoft. Okay, look at the hedging flows on Microsoft. Okay, do I have positions in Microsoft? I do, right? Yeah, Microsoft. I have next week's calls. Okay, Microsoft.
We sit at opposite sides of the table. They locked in on long-dated treasuries, and we thought inflation was transitory. The 10-year was yielding less than 1%, and of course they gave 50% of Americans a refi on their mortgage, and so 3% mortgages are way lower than what real inflation is.
I want to go back to your. I know you're constructive obviously on crypto, in particular Bitcoin, but where else do you see opportunity?
I'm really bullish on a lot of things right now. I'm really bullish on metals. You can't do semiconductors unless you've got silver. And silver today broke $38. I am a significant silver investor because I believe that silver is the most undervalued commodity in the entire world. Now, in my portfolio of silver, I've made about 30% this year. On my GDX, GDXJ, these are just metal miners and producers. Those are up about 50%. And so they're far higher in the appreciation. There's a number of different ways.
Okay, so dealer hedge flows looking good.
I've not really even been a part of the 60/40 portfolio. So let's look at that and say, hey, the entire silver market is literally only $30 billion. It is the commercial.
Microsoft dealer hedge flows turning up. Okay. From the opening bell. Dealer hedge flows turning up from the opening bell. Little dip and then a pop. Okay, Microsoft. Looks good. All right, Microsoft. Okay, I have next week's call, so I'll look for Microsoft to push a bit more. Okay, Microsoft's starting to fade right now. Okay, well, let's see more profit taking now. Okay. SPY still drifting lower.
He's Alex Coffee. I'm Jenny Horn. Join us for Next Gen Investing.
1 p.m. Eastern, only for Schwab Now.
Welcome back to Trading 360. I'm Diane King Hall. Time now for the big 33 stop. 3 charts and 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts. And here to take us through the trade, the Scott Bauer, CEO of Prosper Trading Academy. It's great to see both of you. Scott, I'm curious to know your big picture take on the market action. I think, given how we talked at the beginning of this week, I'm guessing you're probably not surprised to see a little bit of a pullback after the records yesterday.
No, not at all. And you know, the market is really getting kind of used to and maybe a little numb to the tariff news. Because if we would have gotten this news that we got last night about Canada several weeks ago, I would think that the market would be down significantly more. So, you know, is it the complacency? Is it just, you know, the first time you hear something, there's a big reaction, and then more and more and more, you know, we kind of just slough things off a little bit. Seems like that's what's happening right now.
All right, let's talk about the first trade on your list. You got Palo Alto Networks on your list. It's got gain year to date, but underperformed the S&P 500. Tell us your views on where it goes from here.
Sure. So Palo Alto and all the cyber stocks are, you know, hit over the last couple of days. Palo Alto, Okta, CS, look at.
All right, Google trying to push a bit higher. Okay, we got the flows roll right over just now on Microsoft. Okay, let's look at Google. Google's on the move right here. Google trying to go. Flows are kind of iffy, so I'm not going to do anything there. Let's go take a look at S&P right now. S&P flattening out. Okay, so don't do anything right now. Let's wait for the markets to give us a trend. Hedge flows are turning. Hedge flows are moving sideways.
For starters, we had a notable ceiling near the 207 level, an old high point here. Really like 205 to 207 is where price had some trouble pushing to the upside. We did have a high close here, but we were not able to crack above it. High close was around 208 or so, a little bit above that level. Now, more recently, price has transitioned into a rising wedge type shape here, from which we got a downside breakout. Rising wedge, kind of contrary to the name, is typically regarded as being more of a bearish pattern here, where we're struggling to make higher highs, and the momentum is starting to slow. You can see that in the RSI here, our measure of momentum. You can see we saw bearish divergence here as the RSI compressed into this more triangular shape. Now our green trend line has been broken, and we are below the 50 midline that signifies the shift toward bearish momentum here. So I don't have the 200-day simple moving average here. The 63-day EMA is the one I happen to have here. We are breaking through that one now. We closed below.
Okay, hedge flows starting to turn up again. Maybe we're getting a little push here on S&P. Getting a little push on the S&P. Okay, let me take a look at today's options again. S&P 500. Okay, watching hedge flows. Okay, looks like we got a nice little bounce. S&P 6260s worked out pretty good earlier. 6260s.
Well, the risk to the trade is what I paid for it. So it is $3. Obviously, we're going to go through that August 1st, at least right now, announcement period. It almost seems to me like the market is getting a little bit numb. I really think Palo Alto is oversold here. Looking at that support.
Hope everyone's having a good day. Hope everyone's having a good day. Okay, 40 deltas on the S&P 500 cash. 40 deltas are currently a 62.65. That'll set you back $600 per contract. 40 delta is a 62.65. We're currently trading 62.62, 62.58. The 62.65 is a 40 delta. That's as far out as I would go. Okay, everything else is pretty much a lotto, swing at the fences kind of trade. See if we can fill the gap. Watching the dealer hedge flows, needs to turn up. Okay, if we can clear some of this area, that's 0 day. This is 0 day here, and here is without 0 day. Without 0 day. Okay, so we're watching hedging flows. Okay, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's Friday the 11th.
Really, reward to risk-wise is really good. So if I did it at 250, my risk is 250. I really like the reward to risk on this one. And this is not necessarily looking for Autodesk to make a humongous bounce back here. What it really is looking for it to just kind of stay steady and grind a little bit higher over the next week.
Okay, looking for it to stay steady and grind a little bit higher. So then, Rick, what does the chart tell us?
Yes, the level Scott's describing around 280, 285 or so. If we were to look back at our chart here, that marked a notable low point from all the way back here in October. It was tested once again and held firm. Then we had the breakdown below that level. From there, we saw a bit of consolidation before a push to the upside. That's about where we are right now, 280, between 280 and 285. If you were to also look a little bit back here, starting from the highs, you could draw a trend line connecting these lows. You can see the trend line was broken. But notice that this trend line, even though it was breached, was then supportive here. It happens to line up pretty closely with these lows that we're experiencing now. These old trend lines.
Okay, so dealer hedge flows are still flat, chopping back and forth.
We also have our 250.
It is Friday. It is Friday the 11th. Next week, we have all sorts of data points. We got the Fed, FOMC. My strategy or my plan for the week was to take profits off into strength. I'm currently about 30% cash in my trading account. That's still a little bit too heavy for me. So there'll be some things I'd like to take off. About 30% cash right now, 60% with longs mostly. The largest positions I have are in SPMO, SPXL, semiconductors, SOXL, SMH. These are trending. NVIDIA. I have some exposure to Microsoft. And what else do I have here? Meta. Meta's currently down a bit. Meta needs to pick up a bit. Bitcoin, I have pretty decent sized position in IBIT, IBIT, and Coinbase, and some Tesla shares. Supermicro, which I've been sitting on a position for a while. occasionally selling iron condors. Won't be doing that in the short term, only because Supermicro is starting to trend. So put credit spreads will work. Put credit spreads, maybe selling the 42s or the 40s. I don't know what you can get for that, but sell the 40, buy the 35, something like that. Put credit spread. Do about 10 of those, make $1,000 or whatever. Just sit on the position, let it rally like Palantir. We had Palantir, had a nice position in Palantir. I still have some Palantir left, I believe. Yes, I still have Palantir. But what I did was I had Palantir. Put credit spreads. Okay, I sold those for 150 per contract. I had 10 of those. Where'd you go here? Palantir. Okay, Palantir. So Palantir, I had 10 of these. I was going to double it up, but I figured, this is probably a little bit too risky because this could pull back. So on any pullback on Palantir, I'm looking to do this again. I already took this position off. I have calls right now. I have the 155 call. So that's a little out of the money right now. That's okay. That was a pretty cheap position. So selling put credit spreads, always a good idea. Okay, if you don't know what the hell I'm talking about, just look up credit spreads on YouTube. There's a guy called Investing with Henry. He's pretty good. He's ex-Goldman Sachs, and he goes through all sorts of different types of credit spreads, iron condors, butterflies, selling cash secured puts and stuff like that. You want to take a good size part of your, in my case, in my trading portfolio, and sell premium. Always a good idea to sell premium, because most people, most new traders lose money. They wind up buying like a 20 delta. They see a move in a stock and they're thinking that, I don't know what they're thinking actually. Actually, I do, because I used to be one of those traders back in the day until I learned how options work. If you buy a 20 delta, you have literally a 20% probability of winning. The person on the other side of that trade has 80%. So you buy a 20, they sell you a 20. They have an 80% probability of winning. Now, if you're going to buy options to the long side, I would suggest looking at 50 deltas or 40 deltas. A 50 delta, for every point move, you're going to make $50. For a 2-point move, you make $100. So very easy to look at a stock. Let's look at some stocks here. Let's look at what's set up right now. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, let's look at NVIDIA. NVIDIA is trading right below the upper call wall right now. So what I usually do, it's recommended that you don't do this, but I do it just for calculation purposes. So here's NVIDIA this morning. Okay, and at the open, you can see buy order blocks here. Okay, you see those buy order blocks right here? That's a buy order block. What I look for is a buy order block in the morning, whether it's pre-market. Preferably, I like to see it during the trading day, like at the open. Okay, so that's the first step. The first step is find the buy order block. Okay, that's my stop. Okay, so I get long right here. I get long right there. Okay, now I could do this a couple of ways. I'm going to show you the way that you're supposed to do it, right? The way you're supposed to do it is you're supposed to give yourself 2-to-1, a 2-to-1, a 2-to-1 ratio. All right, so this is 3-to-1 where we are currently. But I'll put my stop underneath this area right here. Okay, so that's my stop. And if I got long right at this point at the open, or even up here, if I got long here, I'd just bring my entry there. That's 1-to-1. So I need to see more than 1-to-1. I need to see at least 2-to-1. All right, so I need to see something like this, that kind of move, in order to make 2-to-1. All right, so I risk 100 to make 200. All right, the way I like to look at it is, okay, I I already know this part without actually putting it on my chart. But what I look at is, oh, here's my buy order block. I'm trading NVIDIA. Can I make $2? Can I make a 2-point move on NVIDIA? If I can make a 2-point move on NVIDIA and I buy 5 calls, that's $1,000 right there. Okay. If I make a 2-point move, a 2-point move on NVIDIA equals $100 per call contract. If it's moving lower, same thing with puts. Okay, so if I take 5, if 5, that's $500, right? I said 1,000. I meant to say 5. So if I can get 4 points, that'll be $1,000. But $500 a day equals $10,000 a month. Okay, so not 100,000 here. Okay, so I already know this part. I already know the 2-to-1. Okay, I'm usually looking for 4 points most of the time because I'll take 5 calls. If I can get 4 points out of a stock, then I know I can make $1,000 a day. Okay, so it's just a quick calculation that's always in my head. So let's take a look at what else is working. Microsoft. Microsoft is going really well. Okay, Microsoft I mentioned earlier. Okay, so looking for buy order blocks. Okay, this is perfect. Okay, this is a perfect example. Okay, so here's my buy order block right at the open. Look at the volume right here. Look at this volume bar. Okay, you got a buy order block. Okay, and let's see what we got here. We've got 438, 438. So already we're up $4. So this move right here is $1,000 on 5 calls. Now, obviously, I'm making this very simplistic because you got implied volatility also expanding. You see the Bollinger Bands opening up. So not only will I make, for quick calculation purposes, not only would I make 4 points, $1,000 on 5 calls, but I also have implied volatility expanding. So that's going to increase the value of the options that I just bought at the open with a stop underneath right here. So if you took this same idea, okay, you got long at the open, put a stop below, what you already have is 4-to-1. So you already know the 4-to-1 metric, right? So the very simple way to make money. Okay, so stop looking at 100 different stocks. You can trade. That's why I focus on the New York FANG a lot. It's because I know these trades set up every day. I know that's why LA does it too. I know Grover and many of you do the same thing. So start looking at the market a little different. All right. What's my 2-to-1? Can I get 2-to-1? Can I get 4-to-1? If you can get 4-to-1, okay, you risk $100. You risk $100 to make 400. You risk $100 to make 200. That's a pretty good ratio as well. That's the minimum, right? So Microsoft is still going here, actually. So Microsoft is in play. Microsoft is in play. What do you want? I fed you. Here, it's right here. Look. You want more? You're being very distracting today. You know that? Talking to the cat. Being very distracting. Okay.
Is there really something to slowing the earnings of what Trump's saying and lowering interest rates?
Your views on the state of the housing market. We've seen some mixed signals, softer pricing, some rising supply, but there are some, there are some.
I don't know what happened there. Okay, we're good. We're good. Okay. Microsoft still moving here. Microsoft still moving. Right. All right. Microsoft is still going. Microsoft's still going. Okay. Apple, Amazon. Oh, there goes Google. Holy crap, there goes Google. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Beautiful, beautiful. Okay, Microsoft is still going. Currently, we're approaching what, 5-1? Microsoft is 5-1 from the open. Okay, looking good. What happened, CNBC?
He moved during earnings season is 3.7%.
This guy talks like he talks like Tom Lee.
Year to date, get a little more competitive with ex-US. John, thanks for the list as always. It's always, and we'll grade it as we go. Thank you very much. By the way, you can read more about the list, top 25 tactical trades for earnings on CNBC.com.
Wow, looking good. It's amazing how much they talk about the tariffs. Like it, does it matter really? Does it really matter?
We're pulling these off the Reuters wire. He is speaking and says President Trump is misinformed. The U.S. does not run a trade deficit with Brazil. He's correct about that. For something like 15 straight years, the U.S. has had a trade surplus with Brazil, which undercuts the argument the administration has been making now this year that tariffs are needed in order to fix the trade deficit. Lula also says he will fight for U.S. tariffs on Brazil not to take effect. And he says, but if the tariffs do take effect, we will reciprocate. So holding really firm there and saying, if President Trump moves forward with the 50% tariffs that he has threatened, Brazil is planning to respond exactly in kind with 50% tariffs of their own on U.S. exports. Guys, we also, this comes just about an hour or so after we learned these two presidents are not in touch with each other as of now. The President Trump was asked just an hour or so ago if he planned to speak with President Lula about the tariffs, and he replied, maybe at some point I'll talk to him. Right now, I'm not. So for now, they're just trading these threats back and forth, guys. We'll have to see if they get in touch and where negotiations go from here.
Okay, Megan, thank you for staying on top of that. Appreciate it. Next, AI is supposed to lead to, of course, increased productivity. But a new report says that may not happen. What details?
Okay, S&P is still going. Aaron, I just saw your question. Okay, S&P, SPX. All right. S&P pushing a bit higher. S&P. Watching Microsoft still going here. Microsoft. Okay, Broadcom is going here. Broadcom, let's see what kind of flow we got in Broadcom. Okay, there go the hedging flows. Hedging flows turned up on the S&P. S&P hedging flows turning up. Okay, Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom, you can see the hedging flows are starting to turn up. Broadcom off the low. Broadcom. Let's take a look at Broadcom. Okay, it's already off the low, Broadcom. So Broadcom has a possibility of trading $7 each day. Okay, so it dipped into yesterday's candle. So watching the ATR, Broadcom, I'm going to try some Broadcom here. I think I already have some Broadcom actually. Let me just check. Broadcom. AVGO. Yeah, I already have a position in Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. I have 2 weeks from now. I have the 280. I have the 280 call on Broadcom, so I could double up on that. Why can't you just add by click on it and add to this position? Create closing. View trades. All right, so I have to go to the trade window, I guess. Broadcom. The 25th. Oh, that's SPX. AVGO.
Junior engineers from AI tools, particularly for simpler, well-scoped tasks. Now, this latest suggests that while it can help that group level up, it may actually be increasing reliance on senior talent because someone still needs to debug, refine, and ship the final product. So that helps explain the current talent wars, where Zuckerberg is throwing $100 million offers at top AI engineers. They're more essential than ever. Meanwhile, new data shows that AI adoption appears to be stalling more broadly. This is a platform that tracks enterprise software spend. It shows that paid AI tool usage was flat at about 40% after a very steep run up over the past year. The most aggressive sectors were adopted, and finance, there's actually a slight pullback. I spoke yesterday to CEO Eric Lyman, who told me that companies are trying these tools. They're not always working, and so they're asking eventually, where's the value? At the same time, though, he said that the pullback comes after explosive adoption at the start of 2023.
The 25th looks like we're gonna. What are we gonna do here, Broadcom? All right, so we're starting to fade already. Okay. Amazon still going. Google still going. All right, these are doing well. Okay. Bitcoin still fading a bit. Coinbase still fading. Starting to turn now. Coinbase might add again to Coinbase. Meta's turned up. Meta's trying to get back above the 720 area. Google, very nice move on Google.
Suggestions from the AI tools. Does that feedback make it back to the providers of the technology, and therefore the kinks get worked? Maybe it's by AI, but the kinks get worked out. And the very feedback that helps them, maybe not this year, but next year, year after, improve that performance.
That's a great point, right? The AI is also learning from these senior engineers that are debugging, that are refining the algorithm. So maybe it does get better. I think that's why you see this huge push for AGI or super intelligence. The idea that eventually the models are smarter than even humans, so they can do 90 or even 100% of the coding. The takeaway here too is though that these tools are used at different levels. For junior engineers, they can be really useful. It's the engineers who go into a new job and are able to prompt, that levels them up. But very top, when you know the code source so well, a lot of rechecking. So maybe
the point that we were making last hour, we were
Okay, watching SPY is Microsoft at the high here. Let me take a little profits off. Microsoft, Broadcom pulling back a little bit with the hedging flows. Okay.
creating
creating more work later on for the senior engineers. Nobody ever thought that. You know, it's not a straight line. Deirdre, thank you so much. Really fascinating tech check today. For the break, we're betting on betting. Flutter taking 100% ownership from, hello, let me give you the details, 95% ownership of FanDuel. But what this signals about the company's outlook for the gaming industry here in the United States when Money Movers returns?
All right, looking for a higher low. Looking for a higher low. Netflix still not doing anything. Netflix. Google. All right, just off the high of the day. Google. That was a nice move on Google. Okay, 15 August. Google. Okay, that looks good. Google had 190 call, 185, 190 call. Google. All right, looking for Microsoft to go some more. Okay, at this point, the markets are coming into the lunch hour, so I'd be looking for A, B, C, D patterns now, A pivots. Okay, Google, looking good, Google. Apple. Okay, so Apple, need that to get back up there. Microsoft still going, looking good. Okay. Broadcom looks like it wants to keep going. Look at Broadcom. It's just trending, Broadcom. Okay, it is a Friday, so I'm not expecting a lot at this point. Coming into the lunch hour. Yeah, Aaron, I don't know what I don't know your question, what you mean exactly. Amazon, let's see what Amazon looking like. Amazon's breaking out. Amazon's trending. Amazon's breaking above recent pivots. It's trending. Okay, it's we had like a 8-day range. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Today is day 10. Day 10. 9-day flat range. Okay, we got a 9-day flat range. Okay, look at the Amazon here. Amazon looking really good. Starting to go. Okay, you got 9 days sideways. Okay, you got 9 days of sideways price action. Look at RSI. RSI is telling you to look for more upside. Okay. RSI is looking for more upside. Bollinger Bands are starting to open up, so you're going to have cheap calls here. Let me just check. Let me go over here and check the tape. Let's take a look at the tape here. Where's, not the tape, scanners. Amazon. I want to see this in the lower left quadrant, actually. Where is Amazon? Don't see it. Amazon. It's not on here, is it? Okay, Amazon. Let's add Amazon. Okay, Amazon. Okay, it's got fairly cheap calls, but they're talking downside possibility. I don't see the downside, so usually I would ignore that. Okay, Amazon. Amazon already starting to move. Okay, got volume. Looking for buy order blocks. Okay, as good as this looks, I don't really want to take it. Now you got buy order blocks early in the morning, so these people are already up quite a bit. They'll be taking profit soon. 221. That's a 4-point move right there. Okay, so if you're using the methodology I just got finished explaining, okay, here's your stop underneath. Here's your stop underneath. I would take this area right here. If you get an entry right at this point, you'd have to put a stop underneath this area. In order to make any decent amount of money, you need to see some upside like this. That's 3-1. Can we see 3-1 there? Can Amazon continue to move that much? I don't think so, but it might. Let's see. Let's go to the 5-minute. 5-minute. Okay, we got buy order blocks right here. All right, so buy order blocks there. If you got long right here, put stops under here. I don't see any supply overhead. Oh, that's because we cleared a lot of those pivots. We cleared those pivots. Okay, there goes Broadcom. Damn it, Janet. I was going to take some Broadcom there. Okay, Broadcom. All right, I already have some Broadcom, so let me double up on that. Buy a vertical. Okay. Okay, buy. I'm going to buy some more of these. Okay. Let me just check this real quick. 200 to make 300. Okay, so I wouldn't risk the entire 200. I would risk 100 to make 300. Okay, so Amazon, Broadcom's looking pretty good here. If it does follow through, I already have some calls. So August 27th. What's on what? Amazon? Amazon? Is that what you're talking about? Or Google? Google? Okay. Google. Okay, that's Amazon. Microsoft. Microsoft's still going. Okay, Microsoft. Okay. Microsoft. Okay. All right. We're starting to hit the supply right now. So at this point, if you took this from the open, that's 5-1. That's a 5-1 trade there. All right. So 2 calls would have made you what? $500. 2 calls would have made you $500 there. All right, looking good. Microsoft's still going. Netflix is still not participating. Amazon, Google. Mhm. Um, let's see. Aaron, what are you asking me here? Okay. All right. So Microsoft, very good looking. All right. Okay, Broadcom still going. Broadcom. Let's take a look at Broadcom. We were just talking Broadcom. Okay, setting up Broadcom. Okay, we're looking for what I always look for first thing is a buy order block. Okay, so I got buy order blocks right here at 10:45. I got a buy order block. So what I would do in this case, if I was looking to go long, I put my entry right there. I put a stop probably underneath this 20 EMA. I'd be looking for 2-to-1 upside. Okay. All right, so that's 2-to-1. Can we get all the way up there? Can we get to 279? I doubt it. 4 points. We need to see 4 points at this point. Broadcom can move, so we'll see if this works out. But I put a stop underneath this last little flag right in here. Okay. So stop there. 2-to-1 would be right here. Okay. 2-to-1 would be at 277. We could get 277. All right. So if you got long there with a stop below. Okay, let's go to dollar stop. Let's go a dollar stop. Okay, dollar stop. Okay, we need 2-to-1. We need to see 277.70. And that's possible on
tick alert minus 800.
That's possible on Broadcom, but we are pulling back right now, so a lot of stocks will come back with. All right, so let me just take a look. Okay, Broadcom. Costco still pulling back. It did stop out of Costco, by the way, Frano. I don't know if you're still in it. We said, what were we were looking at Walmart, Costco, and Target. Target. Okay, Target's inside day. Okay, so the high for the week was 106.60, it looks like, so far, Target. Target outperforming Walmart and Costco. I got stopped out of Costco. I had some Costco calls. Got stopped out because it's just not working. It's below the 21 day. Looked at Target a couple of weeks ago. Target was mentioned by, I believe, Tony. Tony mentioned this. I said, yeah, I like it. 20, 50 day cross a couple of weeks ago when we were looking at it. Started to move here. It did dip back to the 50 day. So it didn't take on my stop. I had a stop down here near 92. But now that it's following through, looking for Target to head back up to 140. This is a swing time frame Target. Okay, Microsoft's still pushing. Broadcom's still pushing. All right, back to Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom is still pushing. All right, so if you did take a long on this 5-minute candle, okay, with a stop below, that's what we're looking at. This is Broadcom. Okay, Broadcom. Okay, remember Broadcom, we're looking at Broadcom's down here. You see it? Broadcom down here. Okay, this is in the lower IV rank, so that's makes the calls cheap, which is what I want. And if I look at Hero, I can see that the hedging flow on Broadcom is rising since about 10:35, 10:40. So since the dealer hedge flows are rising, I'm interested in longs. So back to the chart. Okay, so you can see how Broadcom is working. Okay, you got buy order blocks. This is what I initially look for. When I look at this particular chart style, I'm always looking at, do I have any buy order blocks? That'll tell me I have volume. You can see the volume in the lower panel. I'm also looking at TTM. And then I zoom out and see where the hell is supply? Okay. Can I find supply? I don't see any supply overhead, so there's really nothing holding this back. It's trading at all-time highs. Let me go to the 60-minute over here and see if I can find anything. I'm hunting for supply, okay? So whenever I take a long, I'm looking for those buy order blocks, and I'm looking for supply. I don't see any supply overhead. Okay, this would be a red band up here. All right, let's take a look at, say, I don't know, Apple. Apple should show supply. Okay. Okay, so here's Apple. Apple. Okay, you see the supply there? Okay, so I know exactly where there's going to be a lot of sellers overhead. I know exactly where the buyers are. They're down here. I see a buy order block at the open on Apple. Am I really enthusiastic about Apple on a Friday? No, but at least the setup is here. I got the setup. The only thing I don't see probably, let me go here and see if I have any flow. Do I have flow? No, not really. I don't really have that much flow. Dealer hedge flow. Okay, it is turning up at the moment. So if you were looking to go long on Apple, that's what you would see, right? The flow reversed right here at 11:55. So Apple, right in this area, buy order blocks. Looks like it could go. I'm not really crazy about Apple. Microsoft I like because that just isn't slowing down. Apple's still going. Okay, so we cleared the supply that was there before. Remember there was supply right here? That band went away. Okay, we're trading at all-time highs. We're currently at 5-1 from entry. Okay, Microsoft. You know what? Let me just adjust this here. That's the hourly chart anyway. Okay. Damn it. Okay, so SoFi, You took gains? Okay, cool. Let me take a look at SoFi. I might want to do the same if Susie's exiting. SoFi. Okay, SoFi. SoFi. All right. Let me see what SoFi looks like. Why Susie is closing her trade. SoFi. 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 All right, SoFi going. All right, so I'm going to take profits on SoFi too. Okay, I got a nice profit here. That was on the watch list. Come on. Thinkorswim is really sluggish today. Create closing order, sell. Okay. Okay, looking for the S&P to turn back up. All right, that's me selling SoFi. SoFi, I'm out on the watch list. All right. Microsoft's still going. Broadcom's still going. So I don't want to take my eyes off of this. Microsoft's still going here. Okay. Nearly 6-1 now. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, it's 12 o'clock. Wow, the day is freaking flying, man.
Premium valuation. It's the better company. The market is smart. Investors know what they're doing.
Joss is yelling at the screen.
To quality and to the momentum and the earnings growth. Idiots. I have the same conversation over and over again with the largest, biggest companies that continue to work. If you want to play this like mean reversion thing where like now is going to be the moment where small caps go on a run. Okay. You're good at timing because A, really hard to know when it's going to start, and B, you know it's not forever. It's only a matter of time before it ends.
You have a rebuttal, Jim?
I don't like that game. The game.
All right, that's cool. I mean, just side note, I'm over JP Morgan for more years than I can count. So with him on that.
Okay, Meta, nice turn there. Corey, good catch on Meta. Okay, good catch on Meta, turning the corner. All right. Okay, looking for the S&P to turn back up. S&P, let's check out the hedging flows on the S&P cash. S&P cash. Okay, so price action did pull back, but hedging flows only flattened out. So that's pretty interesting. We're sitting on top of some support right there. Okay, let's look at the S&P. Okay, watching the hedge flows on the S&P. Whoops. Okay, you can see the hedging flows kind of choppy. Let's look at the SPY. SPY often will trade a little differently just because of the option flow. All right, Tesla turning up. Tesla turning. All right, so it's going to give you an opportunity to take a few things off.
Okay. Stephanie buying more Vertiv. Stephanie Link leaning into strength. Jim Leventhal running from it.
Oh, Scott, I love you.
Run from it.
Okay, I've been in the stock 2.5 years. Okay. 150%. Okay. It's become a very big position. I'm trimming the stock. I'm going to sleep like a baby tonight trimming the stock. I'm still going to own shares. However, we're entering earnings season. We all know that in earnings season, something gets stupidly dislocated. I haven't been fully invested. I need to have some dry powder. If I want to buy low, I have to sell high. That's the name.
So what's interesting about this in and of itself is that both stocks are up the identical amount from the April low. 87%.
That is
80, no, it isn't. It is not. They're based on the moves. I'm not cherry picking anything.
150% over a couple years.
So what? So what? You're fully in the throes of a bull market. These are two. Hold on. These are two stocks that are at the epicenter in many ways of what this whole bull market and record-setting run are about. AI infrastructure, Oracle right in the thick of it. Vertiv, obviously, in the thick of it, leaning into strength and stocks that have worked well.
All right, so I'm new to Vertiv, right? I have been in Quanta, in Eaton, in Rockwell, in GE Vernova. I love the theme. I've been pounding a table for 2.5 years on this theme. Vertiv is the very best in the business, and it just got away from me. It was always too expensive. And so the stock is down 25% from its highs. Yesterday, it was down 12% on the rumors that AWS was building a cooling system. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. These guys, Vertiv, have an end-to-end solution and services and a huge install base. So down 12%, I averaged down, and I'm going to continue on any weakness because I still believe very strongly in this decade-long theme. By the way, Dave Covey is a rock star. He's the executive chair. He has a great CEO as well. So I just wanted to find best in class on sale. And that's what I did. That's actually my style. I kind of feel like it's the three of us, really. Right? We try to find quality, and then when it gets hit for whatever reason, if the valuation makes sense, the fundamentals are still strong or getting better, that's what you want to do. That's how I invest.
By the way, Vertiv's only up 9%.
Yeah, that's right.
Year to date. You can't necessarily judge things on such a short period of performance and a big burst that you've got from it. Well, I just think it's a really interesting way that you guys are looking at two winners in your books over the last 3 months. One trimming.
Okay, Bitcoin's still fading a bit. All right, watching SPY. Okay, Broadcom trying to push a bit more. Making higher highs and higher lows. Hedging flows, making higher highs and higher lows. All right, Tesla, let's check Tesla. Tesla flow. Tesla flow is climbing since about 11:15. Okay, that looks good. Let's look at Meta. That's one that Corey mentioned earlier. When Corey mentioned it, it was right around, I guess around 10:45, right, Corey? Or was it earlier, 10:15? Regardless, we had flows turned up on Meta. Okay. Corey, you can see how the hedging flows helps out a lot.
It does sort of tell a little bit of a story of psychology of what's happened in this market over the last 3 months.
I think there's great, listen, I'm not hating on Oracle. I think there are opportunities right now. I toyed with the idea of buying some Delta today.
Yeah, you can see when the hedge flows turned up, that confirmed your trade.
Materials?
Okay, Broadcom going. Okay, let's look at Broadcom. Broadcom is going right now. Okay, here's Broadcom. You can see the hedge flows just turned back up. Hedge flows just turned back up. Okay, hedge flows are turning back up. Okay. Hedge flows turning back up. So Broadcom looking good. Microsoft is still going.
Today goes to 1,500. I don't think it's the street high, but the chase has been repetitive. Let's just say.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
There's their stock at 1,200.
The hedging flows are what I'm paying attention to most. Okay, look at Microsoft. Microsoft is now nearly 6-1. Wow, Microsoft is kicking ass. Okay, Broadcom looking good too. Broadcom. Drone stocks going. Okay, cool. I just sold half of my UMAC, right? Half. We hit 12 just now. UMAC. Sold half of UMAC. Yes, I sold half. Good. I still have 500 shares of UMAC. UMAC.
Chooses to rip 11% out of the share price of Netflix. That's where I would be buying it if I weren't already long. So that's the way I would think about going into this report. Not necessarily chasing it into a news event like that, but just saying like, if I get another crack at it, I'll see what they
Okay, S&P is turning now. Okay, Microsoft is wow.
We are going to take a quick break. Coming up, we have a new move from Stephanie Lake, a new name. She just added to her portfolio. We're also going to discuss a call today on REITs. I don't think Jay's going to like it, but which is why we're excited about it. We're going to do it coming up.
Okay, buy order blocks at the opening bell. That looks good. Beautiful. Look at the volume. Okay, we're past 6-1 now. Six to one. Okay, 6-1. Whoa, very nice. There goes. I don't need that. Why is that showing up? Okay, Halliburton, Constellation Energy. All right, lots of energy stocks are higher today. Schlumberger, NVIDIA still pushing, trying to get back above 167.50 call wall. Okay, that looks good. All right, futures turning back up. Okay, I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you that I'm taking some profits off into strength, reorganizing, reassessing the markets for next week. Next week we got a lot of data that we need to assess next week. All right, so very important that we reduce our exposure, because last thing you want is to have a really good week and then give 20-30% of it back next week. So you just reduce your exposure so that any pullbacks you'll have more cash to buy. I'm at about 35%. I've been taking profits off here and there. Microsoft just took off some more. Broadcom, I just started. I doubled up on Broadcom. ABGO, I doubled up on it. I'm going to look to take some profits there because that just keeps going. Broadcom. Okay, that looks good. Broadcom. Yeah, that's good. That's good. Broadcom. I added the 280 call on Broadcom. Okay, we're just out of the money. Broadcom's just out of the money. Okay.
All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Thick and thin. Stephanie Lake has maintained her love affair with the housing sector. High rates, low stocks. Through all of the turmoil, you have kept your heart in the game. Enough that now you have bought Toll Brothers.
Yeah.
Why?
The why? Because the builders are turning. Wapner. Snowflake, I like it. Alyssa, I like the 5-minute. Let me take a look at Snowflake, SNOAW. Snowflake, Snowflake daily. Okay, it's just below the 20-day doji.
But I mean, let me ask you this. Yeah. Like, again, I don't think the market's stupid, like Jim does. Obviously, the market knows.
He's so much nicer about it.
The market knows that rate cuts are coming, right? So, you still need to see it to believe it. Then, in other words, theoretically, that would stop the rate. Like, within the next.
Tesla still moving higher. Broadcom looking good. Broadcom. Okay, let's go S&P. All right, this next wave up, I'm looking to take some profits off. We got an ABCD pattern on NVIDIA. ABCD pattern on NVIDIA, starting to turn back up. All right, we need to get Netflix to turn up. That would make my week. If we can just get Netflix to turn up, that would make my week. Did buy some Netflix yesterday. I didn't stop out. It was today's calls, I believe. So I was going to sell them at $15 or $20 per contract. I would wind up buying if I wasn't already in it. Netflix, looking for a bounce. What do I have here? Netflix. Okay, I do have some Netflix calls for tomorrow, or for today, rather, for today. Those are... Can we get up there? No, we're too far out of the money for today's calls to make any money. Netflix. Next week, we got earnings, right? Okay, Apple just sideways. Amazon and Google flagging. Meta's continuing here. Meta continues.
Which is so nicely said, the market is smart, right? When people listen to a broad brush call like this and just say, hey, read your
Okay, Meta, I have the end of the month calls and next week's calls, Meta. Okay, 7:35. Meta, still pretty far out of the money. Okay, Microsoft is showing some profit taking. Microsoft. Come on. Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft. Okay, next week's calls. Microsoft's had a hell of a run here. I'm going to take a little bit of Microsoft off. $200 per contract profit. If I can get an exit here. Microsoft. Really? For pennies? You can let me out for pennies. Okay, Microsoft. $3 per contract less. Okay, that's me exiting Microsoft.
B-quality malls. Obviously, you don't want to own that. It's not that hard to say, hey, let's look at the retirement REITs like that. It doesn't take a genius to get this spot right. It just takes someone who's willing to not paint the whole sector with a broad brush. And it's fun to suck through because these are hard assets that individuals who watch our show can actually go and understand. They're not complex. You can look and you can say,
Microsoft. Okay, that's good. Okay. Microsoft's starting to come back in. Broadcom's starting to flag. Broadcom. Broadcom, nice cyan color on the TTM. Why do my indicators keep disappearing? I have to add it back just to bring this where I can see it. Delete. Okay. I don't know why this keeps doing this. Let me just save it. Okay. Saved. We got yellow bars on the 1 hour chart. Yellow bars, Broadcom. So we could see some more follow through on Broadcom. Okay, so Broadcom, we showed you a trade here, looking for more upside on Broadcom. Tesla continues.
Separation of church and state on Thursday, requesting to intervene on the settlement in which the enforce the Johnson Act, which bars certain nonprofit groups, including churches, from jeopardizing their tax exempt status.
Now up next, another high for Bitcoin. We'll find out how the committee is playing the record run. We have a special report coming up as well. And later, the dividend dilemma, where you can find the best opportunities for your money as dividend yields head towards record lows. What's going on there?
Okay, I think I have to pay my car payment today. Let me just check that out. Hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It's 12:35 p.m. on the East Coast, the best coast, the coast with the most. Looking for the exits, really, on a lot of positions. We got a lot of data next week. So, I mean, the markets look fine. I'm not looking for any kind of big move, but I am paying attention. And when, you want me to pay attention, and we're looking for the flow. We'll be up for third week in a row at this rate, right? So that's pretty cool. Here's the S&P spiders. Okay. So let's look at the weekly trend. Okay. So technically, this is a pause. Okay. Now, since the 10 EMA has been moving higher, and since the April 7th low reversal week, we put in at least a week and then a pause. You can see as we're moving higher, the pullbacks have become less and less. Look at the size of the red candles on the way back up. Smaller, even smaller. Now we got a doji, so the strength is still there. Okay, the way I read that is the strength is still there. Now, a lot of you are looking at this and saying, well, Joel over in Michigan, Joel's looking at this as divergence. Yeah, it technically is. So I'd be more cautious. I wouldn't throw caution to the wind and put everything on blackjack, on black, right, and spin the wheel. Speaking of blackjack, what is the casino world? Okay, so Boyd, I did exit Boyd, didn't I? I think I did. I think I took profits on Boyd. Hope I did. Yes, I did. Okay, cool. So I took profits on Boyd on that wick. I think I did that yesterday, actually. Boyd Gaming, Las Vegas Sands. Okay, these are starting to flag. So good thing. All right, so when I look at a stock, there's a couple of things I'm thinking. Okay, number one, I see muscle, RSI muscle. We know that Wynn did really well over the last 2 weeks, but we also don't want to chase. So I'm still bullish. 921.50 are pointing up and to the right. Okay. You ever see anybody stick their hand out the window as a car is moving fast and you're doing the thing with your hand? Okay, well, I just did that with my hand. Up and to the right, up and to the right. I'm looking for this to consolidate. Same thing with CoreWeave. We told you CoreWeave a couple of weeks ago, we were looking for a base. Okay, so CoreWeave, you wouldn't have bought over here. You had been waiting for a base. This is perfectly normal price action, right? You get the run up, you get people to chase, you get the pullback. People like us in the trading room, we're waiting for our opportunity. We're taking profits off into strength, into the New York FANG components that are rising. Broadcom, Tesla, Meta, even Snowflake's coming off the low. We got Microsoft at the high of the day. NVIDIA had a good run. Amazon, Google, these are all doing well. So we can start to scale out. So maybe next week, CoreWeave is going to give us some opportunities at the 50-day. I don't know, but I'm ready to buy. I'm ready to buy. So I'm never going to chase unless it's a very good reason. UMAC. All right, we bought some UMAC a couple of weeks ago. Actually, it was over here when it first started to get moving. Over here, I forget who mentioned it. Might have been Frano or someone else talking about drones. Okay, that was when Iraq, they were having Iran and Israel having issues. No, it was before that, right? So we haven't been that far from the actual attacks on Iran. So these started to move higher. Somebody mentioned that Don Jr.'s on this, I think, on the board or something like that. So we bought some over here at around $7 per share, $7.50. I added some at around $8. Okay, I had 1,000 shares total. I took half off this morning. Bollinger Bands are opening up. Volume is way above average. And if you looked at that last night I posted a letter that's supposedly from Pete Hegseth or whatever his name is, Secretary of Defense. He's talking about drones and upgrading their readiness. Drones was specifically mentioned. So we got this kind of reaction. This is probably going to keep going. Okay, I did sell half, though. I sold 500 shares into this pop. The original position that I took at 5. All right, so we made 5 points on that, approximately. And I'll just sit on this and let the rest of these shares accumulate some more profits. Okay, so Bitcoin's coming off the low. If you want Bitcoin, now would be the time to look at it. Okay, Bitcoin, if you're thinking about buying Bitcoin, now's the time. Okay.
Probably. And I think first you need to define what kind of dividend investor you are. Are you a dividend income investor, which are my clients that are looking for that high 5% or better free cash flow yield, or are you a dividend growth investor? And if you're a dividend growth investor, all you care about is that the dividend grows a little bit, but really you just want the company to do everything they can to grow earnings. I like seeing the dividend being paid out at the expense of the share buybacks.
Okay, so we're waiting for pullbacks in stocks like CoreWeave. I mentioned it several times. Speaking of several times, Frano mentioned MP several times. She bought when it was down here. Okay, and I was looking at it. It was right at the 21-day. I didn't take it. Hopefully you took it with Frano. That's a 10-point move there. 10, 20 points. Today was really nice.
Take a look at Verizon as an example. The total return on this stock over the last 10 years annualizes 4.1%. The dividend during that time, Jenny, it's been what, 6, 7, 8%? The dividend can be alluring, but you have to have total return in your eyesights is what you're going for.
Okay, we'll take a quick break. We come back to Naomi McKeel on the case. She's following the record Bitcoin rally, whether it is actually just getting started and what else it might be taking with it. We'll talk about that.
Yep. Yeah, we're on the same page, Scott. Yeah, same page. I'm thinking the same thing. Let the markets come back a little bit. Okay, Broadcom just pulled back while I wasn't paying attention. It'll be back up probably. People taking profits. All right, so we're 12:45. 12:45. daughter's birthday today. She slept in late. I made her chocolate chip pancakes. She likes those. Made some for the son too. So we're gonna go to Pirate's Voyage tonight. It's like medieval times, but it's on a nautical theme. Kind of cool. They serve chicken. It's slow roasted chicken. It's like it falls off the bone. You know that kind of chicken. Oh my gosh, it's so good. The ladies will probably have beer or whatever. I can't drink because I'm driving, but yeah, this is looking good. So very nice trade on UMAC. I'm looking forward to come back in a little bit so I can buy some more at a discount. I don't know that it's going to come back, but UMAC looking pretty. That's MP. UMAC looking pretty good. Okay, still going, still pushing. I might sell the shares and take a portion of the share profit and buy options instead. That way I have a fixed risk. Fixed risk. All right, watching for bounce. Okay, so most of these are looking pretty good with the exception of Netflix and Apple. Apple's not doing anything. Netflix is at the low of the morning session. Everything else is looking okay. It's in various stages of higher highs and higher lows. NVIDIA is kind of consolidating an ABCD pattern. Microsoft, nice run today. I wouldn't be chasing Microsoft up there because it's up quite a bit on the day. Snowflake, Alyssa, you're looking to maybe day trade that one. That's okay. Snowflake, I would be okay with day trading it off the low. Doesn't look very active. That's the only problem. Let's look at Snowflake. Let's see. Do I have Snowflake on here? I don't think I do. Snowflake, SNOW. Okay, this is Snowflake hedging flows. You see that? You see that, Alyssa? I don't know if you're paying attention to the live screen, but you can see from the high, from the opening bell, we just been seeing flow down and to the right. So I would never take a trade where I see a flow down and to the right. I want to see the opposite, like Microsoft this morning. We saw flows from the very early morning, right around 9:42. Flows started to turn up, and Microsoft just keeps moving higher. Oh.
Investors, of course, expected new records in the second half, given the strong institutional demand and regulatory tailwinds.
Okay, let me take a 2-minute break. I'm gonna see if my daughter's awake. I'll make her some tea or something. She wasn't feeling good last night. I'll be right back.
Meeting at the end of the month, knowing how split Fed officials are and how aggressively to cut. Of course, ETH coming back to life, so much so that we have this new crop of ETH treasury stocks for investors to play. ETH outperforming Bitcoin the last 2 months and really boring this week. ETFs, ETH ETFs saw their second biggest day of inflows yesterday.
All right, today, thank you for that. Good setup today, McKeel. Josh Brown, what do you think here?
I'm on Bitcoin. I don't really have a target or any idea of where it's going. I've been involved for a really long time, since about 3,000, I think, and intend to stay. Recently, I've taken a much bigger interest in Solana. Solana probably gets an ETF at some point between now and the end of the year. This will raise awareness and drive a lot more people to learn about what it is and why it matters. The most important thing the viewers need to understand about Solana is if you believe in the tokenization theme, that we're going to start tokenizing everything from farmland to buildings to the stock market, etc. This is the best vehicle because of the amount of throughput, the amount of transactions you can do every minute in Solana is higher than any other layer one. So that's the first thing that people need to understand. The second thing is the more activity in Solana, the higher the amount of burning off tokens, which means decrease in supply. So this is the way that I would think about the opportunity going forward in crypto.
still going Bitcoin. It's hard to believe Bitcoin could 1000x again, whereas some of the smaller tokens have more of a chance to be bigger winners prospectively looking out forward.
You feel like there's enough, like for lack of a better word, bandwidth, investor bandwidth to focus outside of the pure play Bitcoin itself.
You know, you can't do what I'm describing with Solana. You can't do with Bitcoin. So stable coins are already a gigantic asset class in and of themselves. They have nothing to do with the things that you can do with Bitcoin. They have their own use case, and people are putting money into stable coins.
Okay, Tesla trying to get back up to the highs of the day. Microsoft is hanging in there. I would take more profits off on Microsoft. I wouldn't stretch it too much. Let's see, what else do I have left on Microsoft? I got, what is that? I don't know.
Use cases that actually have a chance of becoming real. And again, one of the big drivers of Bitcoin last year was the introduction of the ETFs. There is no Solana ETF. There's a trust that you can buy off market, but you cannot buy this in a brokerage account yet. I think that'll come given the Trump administration stance toward the asset class.
All right, good stuff. Santoli's next.
All right, Microsoft. Okay, so watching the flow here on Microsoft, you can see that we've dipped a little bit. Let's go see what Trace is telling us for the S&P 500 cash. Okay, hedge flows continue to rise. Okay. And we're looking at positive gamma overhead. Hedge flows continue to rise. Bitcoin, what's Coinbase doing? Coinbase, I might add again to Coinbase for a quick trade here. If we, okay, higher, low. All right, watch Coinbase. Let's take a look at Coinbase hedging flows on Coinbase. We want to see these turned up. Coinbase, okay, survey says. Okay, all right, the Coinbase hedging flows are starting to turn up. Okay, Coinbase hedging flows turning up. Okay, Coinbase hedging flows are turning bullish. Okay, so if you want to add to that position, maybe I'll buy some calls, Coinbase calls instead of just CONL shares. I have CONL shares. The problem with CONL, I don't see a whole lot of volume, so I need. Oh, you know what? I don't want to trade that anyway. I saw this the other day. Just trade Coinbase. Not the ETF. If you're going to buy calls, let's see what we got here. Coinbase. Okay, so 2 weeks out. Okay, these are 14 days. 14 days. Okay, a 40 delta. 40 delta is 12.95. That's the 400 strike. Coinbase. Yeah, we could definitely get back to 400. Vertical. I'm going out 2 weeks, 400, 405. Let's see what this can get me. All right, so $100 to make 350. I'll go with that. $100 to make 350. All right, so $100 stop on Coinbase. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to buy some 400s. Okay, coin bought 400, 405 verticals.
All right, we're back. Senior markets commentator has pulled up to the desk at post 9. All right, we'll give it a little bit back. I mean, what's this? Just okay. So what?
I mean, it's almost a little bit. In a way, the market continues to ride the line of sort of
the best case outcomes in terms of obviously the strength of the comeback, but then also the absorption of the news flow this week. They're sort of not going to get fooled again by hawkish tariff rhetoric. What's interesting too is the key factor that determined whether you did well in the market in terms of the stock.
All right, Coinbase looking for flows to continue flowing off the low here. Coinbase. All right. AMD looking good. All right, let's look at AMD flows. Do I have AMD? Yes, I do. Okay, AMD flows are very bullish from the opening bell. AMD. Okay, so let's take a look at AMD. Okay, the first thing I want to see, our hedging flows are bullish. We're already halfway through the day. AMD still going. I want to see buy order blocks. Okay, lots of buy order blocks on AMD. Let me join you on AMD. I think I have a position already, actually. Might just want to add to it. AMD. Yes, I do. So let me add to that AMD. AMD flows are very bullish. We're coming up against supply now on the hourly. I don't see anything here. AMD still pushing. So I'd look at this right here. If you were getting long right here. Okay. Put a stop underneath this last buy order block. Okay, what's the ATR? Got to check that. Okay, we're looking for 2 to 1. 2 to 1 would be 148.50, 148.50, 148.50. There was some upgrades, right? 148.50 would be that a retest of recent highs. Okay, so I like that. AMD. You could wait for a little pullback, but we got these buy order blocks. Okay, you could wait for a pullback. I don't like buying the high of the day. AMD. So a nice run there. AMD. Tesla's going. Okay. Tesla's going. AMD. Let me see. What do I want to do? Do I want to roll these calls? Do I want to roll them? I got the 145. When is AMD earnings, by the way? AMD earnings. AMD has earnings on August 5th. All right. So we could take August. I'll take August 8th weeklies. AMD. August 8th weeklies. Okay, so a 40 delta here would be the 155s. Okay, by a vertical 155. I don't have any of these. Okay. Okay, AMD. Looking for a follow through. Okay. 2 to 1 would be 148.50. We got supply overhead on the 1 hour chart. Let's go to the daily. Let's take a look at that. The daily. Okay, daily supply, most likely just overhead. Yes, it is. 150. All right, we got supply at 150 and 148. And Money Magic levels are, survey says, Money Magic levels on AMD. Do you still have AMD on here? Yes, you do, right? AMD 145, 146, it looks like. Okay, AMD looking good. Tesla following through. Meta making a higher low, higher highs. Okay, NVIDIA. Okay, we've got Microsoft turning up. There goes Amazon, higher low on Amazon. Amazon ABCD pattern. Push it. push, push in the bush. Remember that song? Disco. Push, push in the bush. Okay, so AMD looking really good here. Nice one there, guys and ladies. AMD still going. All these stocks are running higher. So when this starts to happen, number one, it's giving a good opportunity to exit. But almost always, whenever we get these kind of push, everything is going at the same time. It's an opportunity to exit into strength. Okay, Tesla's almost at the high of the day here. Bitcoin's turning the corner. I bought some Coinbase for August. Right. I think I bought August, right? Coinbase. I bought Coinbase because I have the CONL shares. That's a leveraged ETF. I don't like to buy options on a leveraged ETF. It just makes no sense. It's already leveraged. And let's see, looking for more upside. Coinbase. All right, Bitcoin looks like it wants to go. I'm going to add to CONL. 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 Okay, I'm going to add another 100 shares there. Okay. All right, so that was me adding to Coinbase. Okay, the reason I'm adding to Coinbase is it's turning the corner and flows are starting to turn up. Expecting Bitcoin could continue and come off of the low. Okay, people took profits on Coinbase from late night. Late night traders made it up to, looks like 118.6, 118.8. 118.8 was the high this morning. Around 6 a.m., Bitcoin made a high around 6 a.m., 18.8. Looking for markets to get back to that high.
Thank you very much, Scott. You got some new territory.
Yeah, I don't think so.
A record close, while Bitcoin broke above 118,000 for the first time. Netflix getting a bullish call at Needham. Analyst Laura Martin says the stock rallied another 20%.
Okay, I got to take a 2-minute break. I'll be right back.
Potentially higher financial returns. And Wedbush upgrading AMC to outperform, saying the movie theater chain is poised to benefit from more consistent releases over the next several quarters. The analyst adds, though, that they, quote, do not see substantial growth in the movie theater industry over the next few years. And Texas Instruments raised to buy from hold at TD Cowen, the firm saying the upgrade reflects confidence that the slowdown in industrial chip demand is ending and that Texas Instrument is positioned to outperform either a sharp or gradual recovery. And that's your Yahoo Finance Market Minute. For more on what's trending on Yahoo Finance, scan the QR code below to track the best and worst performing stocks of the session.
Coming up this hour on Market Catalyst. First, President Trump keeps up his trade war with new threats to trading partners. Full coverage ahead. Plus, can the market euphoria last? That's the question as U.S. stocks drop after hitting record highs. We'll break down what comes next. And we dig into what to expect from earnings season as Levi's raises its guidance. Is the worst of President's trade war behind us? We'll discuss that and more on Market Catalyst. Well, 90 minutes into the start of U.S. trading, I'm Allie Canal, and let's get a quick check on the markets here. Taking a look at their major indexes, we're still seeing a lot of that red. We have the Dow off around 250 points. The loss leader here among the three majors, roughly down 0.6%. The NASDAQ has recovered a little bit from its lows, still down about 0.1%, and the S&P 500 is seeing losses of around 0.3%. And I quickly want to check on Treasury yields, particularly the 10-year yield, because we are now seeing
4.41%. This is above the 4.4% that we've seen on a consistent basis recently. We are about 20 basis points off of the highs that we saw in April. So something to keep an eye out for, especially if you continue to wade through a lot of this tariff uncertainty, deficit concerns. And one thing I have my eye on is whether or not we could see the bond vigilantes return into this market. Well, even though supply and demand dynamics point to a surplus, the International Energy Agency warns the oil market could be tighter than it looks. That's driven by strong summer travel and power generation. Joining me now to dive into the latest trends is Bob Iaccino, Path Trading Partners Chief Market Strategist. Lou Bassanese, Prairie Operating Company EVP of Market Strategy, is here with us, and our Senior Market Reporter, Inez Ferre. And Inez, I want to start with you here because OPEC Plus decided to increase production this week. Just this morning, we heard that Saudi Arabia raised its own crude output far above its own OPEC Plus quota. Prices trading below $70 a barrel. So what's Wall Street saying about it?
Well, long term, Wall Street is seeing oil trending lower by the end of the year. And part of that has to do, of course, with OPEC Plus increasing its output. I mean, if you take a look this week, though, we are on pace to close out the week higher. You mentioned that IEA report that's talking about surplus but tightness in the market right now. You also have rig counts that are lower week over week. So that's spelling some tightness. And then you've got uncertainty about what President Trump is going to say regarding Russia on Monday. But longer term, definitely the street is expecting a lower trend for oil prices. Also want to note that JP Morgan noted in their note this morning that big beautiful bill that went into law, that also slashes the amount of money that the government will spend to refill the SPR for now. So that has cut some SPR funding. So you won't be seeing as much buying for that SPR. So that should put pressure on prices, as well as China has been increasing its stockpile, but they're getting up there in that peak. So what these analysts are saying is that you're going to start seeing some of that surplus in the Western market that should put pressure on prices later this year.
So Bob, we seem to have a challenging medium-term demand environment, and that's just playing out the case that Wall Street has been making, that we will see prices continue to decline. At what price point does this start to be a little bit concerning to you?
Well, I guess it depends on from what side you're looking at it. I mean, we know that Permian specifically and shale production in the U.S. generally is declining. And as you see pressure on prices, there's not going to be a whole lot of incentive for CapEx. President Trump came into office talking about deregulation and drill, baby, drill. But we all know from having discussed it for years that it's just not that simple. You just don't turn a spigot on and more oil comes out. Not to mention the non-fungible nature of the different types of crude oil. So when you're looking at to the downside, 40 to 45 is when I start to get worried about the overall effect to that particular region of the country. When you're talking about the upside, there's a lot of room to the upside where there's not a lot of pain in the general economy. And I'm talking about versus today's price. We're looking at WTI at about 68, probably get to about 75, 78 before it starts to become worrisome. But this is the part of the only part of the tariffs, in my view, that can be viewed as inflationary, is the tariffs on industrial metals like copper and energy producing countries like Brazil and Canada. That's where you start to get inflationary pressures. Otherwise, tariffs are a tax, and taxes historically are deflationary. So this is actually a problem for what the president wants to achieve, in my view.
And Bob, I want to talk about copper in just a minute, but Lou, you heard Bob mention drill, baby, drill. You say that oil prices remain the enemy of that.
All right, markets are just tripping higher. It's like crazy strength here. All right, so we got Coinbase coming off the low. We got the futures, Bitcoin coming off the low. We got futures moving higher. Everything's banging right now. So take the opportunity. I did add some Coinbase and I added some AMD. That's Coinbase. Okay. AMD. What's AMD? AMD. All right, let me just do this again. AMD. Let's see.
And it's something that I'm looking at that needs to base more than it already does. You know, when you talk about the decline in production, as Lou mentioned, that's a big problem for the general well-being, just from a sort of momentum and emotional standpoint. Because there is just, to me, there's no such thing as when you've got certain trade tensions we have right now, you get further and further away from it. And the shale drillers are just not going to drill without some sort of incentive to it. CapEx is going to be increasing. So I'm worried about those companies. I need to see better trends. People like that.
Okay, and I want to cover something that you mentioned, Bob, and I know you gave a strategy about what could happen next. Yeah, we have seen conflict.
Okay, AMD still going. UMAC. All right, UMAC is going vertical here. UMAC. Okay, AMD is flying here. Okay, I do have to take a couple minute break. I'll be right back.
You're going to put these 50% tariffs on copper, you're going to see even more import, at least in the next few weeks, of copper trying to come into the U.S. and come those tariffs.
Take on this, because we've seen gold prices soar, dollar obviously has not done well, Bitcoin has soared, and there's this argument that I've seen percolating on Wall Street that this is all a sign that investors are hedging against increased deficit spending. Do you agree with that?
Well, I mean, I hope they are because it's clear that we're going to get increased deficit spending despite the tip between President Trump and Elon Musk. It doesn't seem to be working. I think when you look at copper specifically, copper was already up over 24% year to date prior to this announcement. That extra 8% doesn't really help. Now, again, you're looking at it from the supply side inflationary level. The big, beautiful bill is big. I don't know if it's beautiful yet, but it's definitely a stimulative factor. And when you combine that with having a Federal Reserve that isn't talking about tightening policy at all, I'm not saying they should, but it's not in the conversation. They're either neutral or easing, which is also stimulative. And you could end up in a very serious situation for the economy where the Fed can't really help.
All right, we'll have to wait and see if Ned, Lou, thank you so much. Coming up, the most valuable private company just reached a new financial milestone.
Celebrate Independence Day with unbeatable deals all month long at Bell & Bell GMC. Get 0% APR on the rugged Sierra 1500 or up to $11,031 in total purchase allowance on select models. Or lease the personal Acadia for just $479 a month. Big selection, small town service, and a price match guarantee. Your best deal is at Bell & Bell GMC in North Myrtle Beach. GMC, we are professional grade.
Don't miss the warehouse clearance sale going on now at America's Furniture Warehouse. Save on living room furniture, bedroom furniture, and mattresses. Up to 70% off furniture ready for delivery. Visit our showroom located across from Coastal Grand Mall. 0% financing, lease to own options, and fast delivery. Everyone wins at America's Furniture Warehouse.
When it comes to bath time, our dogs deserve better. Earn Memories for small unit. Show your love the Double Brush with its built-in shampoo dispenser. Double Brush removes soothes your skin while removing dirt and whisper. Your dog will love it. Johnny gave it a 5 rating, our highest winner. Make bath time the most cherished experience with the Double Brush.
Hey, do you dread scrubbing away stubborn dirt and stains? I used to, until I found the Spinny Scrub. Let me show you why this little powerhouse is a total game changer. You can also scan the code on the screen now and find out more. This is the Spinny Scrub, your new best friend when it comes to cleaning. It's got a powerful motor that rotates at high speed, so no more scrubbing by hand. It comes with 5 different brush heads, so no matter what you're cleaning, you've got the right tool for the job. From your bathroom tiles to kitchen countertops and more, the Spinny Scrub has you covered. So if you want to make cleaning faster, easier, and way more effective, the Spinny Scrub is your answer. And right now, if you order today, you'll get 20% off. Trust me, your cleaning routine will never be the same. Go ahead, scan the code on your screen right now and get yours today. You'll thank me later.
We've all been there. A dead battery, a flat tire, and no help inside. But what if you have the ultimate emergency tool at your fingertips? Introducing the Flash Charge 4-in-1 Jump Starter Power Bank plus tire intake and roadside lifesaver with wireless inflation, emergency ignition, LED lighting, and mobile power supply. The Flash Charge is compact, powerful, and reliable, designed to handle the unexpected. Order now and never be stranded again.
Stay tuned for a special free offer from Flash Force Tactical Flashlight. With its powerful telescopic zoom, the Flash Force Tactical Flashlight gives you a super bright light visible at a distance of over 2,000 meters with 7 useful modes plus a USB rechargeable battery. The Flash Force Tactical Flashlight is always ready to light up the night. And if you scan the code on your screen and order right now, we'll send you a second Flash Force Tactical Flashlight absolutely free. Hurry, this is a limited time offer. Scan the code on your screen to order now. We all love recipes with garlic, but trying to use an awkward garlic makes it smell best. Great garlic, your ultimate kitchen companion, effortlessly crushing garlic to perfection. Just place a peeled clove of garlic under the grate, lock it back and forth, say goodbye to tedious chopping and messy minutes. The great garlic ensures consistent results every time. Scan the code on your screen to order your great garlic today. This is a limited time offer, so scan now and find out for yourself just how great the great garlic is.
Elon Musk SpaceX is reportedly planning to sell insider shares at a valuation of over $400 billion, making it the most valuable.
All right. Looking good. Oh. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to pay my car payment. Let me do that. Let's see.
When you take a look at the Yahoo Finance private markets data, you can see here that SpaceX is
All right. So today is the 11th. Okay, so it's due tomorrow. Just talking to myself, sorry. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 1:18 on the East Coast. I'm just sitting here watching. As we push a bit higher. Okay, we're sitting at the highs. Coinbase Looking for those hedging flows to turn back up with price action. Palantir starting to flag out. Palantir. Palantir. Okay, Palantir. Got ways to go on Palantir. S&P looking for more upside. S&P 500. Cash. Okay, Coinbase looking good. Coinbase, Bitcoin trying to push back up. Bitcoin. CONL is turning up nicely. CONL. If you're trading Coinbase, CONL turned back up. Added some on this little secondary dip here. I had the major dip down to that buy order block, and then I bought some right here. Okay, so my stop, if I put my stop down below that buy order block and I go all the way up to supply, first supply, that's almost a 2-to-1 up. That's almost a 2-to-1. So if I can get all the way to this secondary supply, if I can get to that secondary supply, we're looking at 2-to-1. Okay. So I bought some on this dip right here. And I also bought COIN, sorry. Okay. Bought some options. When did I buy those options? This one. Filled orders, Coinbase. I filled that at 1253. 1253 is right there. Okay, so 1253 is right there. All right, so if I take this stop here, I take that stop and I pull this up. 2-to-1's off the screen. Okay, supply. Same thing, supply is right there. So if I go up to the seconds, that's 2-to-1 for my entry. Okay, after you've done this a while, you get used to what 2-to-1 is. I mean, you can look at it, just visualize it. That's why I'm always looking for buy order blocks. In the case of Coinbase, a buy order block right there after the dip gave us a good entry. Waited for it to bounce a little bit, and then took an entry right around 1252, 1253. Order executed, looking for follow through and to push back to supply or maybe a little bit above it. I hope everyone's having a good day. Looking for S&P to continue this trek higher. Or you can see Coinbase right here. You can see Coinbase flows are turning up. Okay, this is a cheat. This is almost like a cheat code, right? Seeing this every day, being able to tell when dealer hedge flows are turning back up. That's a sure sign that we're going to see a follow through and a push to the upside. Microsoft, pretty clear this morning when we saw Microsoft. Okay, Microsoft at the open. Hedge flows turned abruptly higher. Okay, and once they turned up at around what time was that? 9:40, 9:45. We had a nice run up. You can see that flow, the purple line running right back up, giving you a very nice entry and follow through signal, bullish follow through signal on Microsoft. Okay, what's Google doing? UMAC continues to push higher. UMAC. Okay, Google. Look at Google. All right, Google just made it. Trying to make a new high here. Google. Check out Google. What's the hedge flow say? Hedge flow is moving higher. How can you not like this? I mean, this is this subscription. If I can get, let me see if I got a call back from Brent. Okay, I might have got a call and not saw his phone number. Let's see. I asked him to give me a call back. See if we can get you guys a discount on Alpha. It's usually about $2,600 a year, something like that. It's well worth it. You know, one good trade, you can make $2,500 in one trade. You know, pay for it. That's the way I look at it, anyway. Let's see. Gmail. Let's see. Serves at yours. Let's see. Pape. I don't see a phone call from him. Maybe it went into my junk folder. Spam. Oh yeah, it's in my spam folder. Okay,
these are the types of companies that do well long term and in the public markets. There's massive demand pent up, and their software,
All right, I hope everyone's having a good day. Look at this. Look at Google. Google continues to push higher. You can see, don't buy the high of the day, obviously. Just because the dealer hedge flow is turning up does not mean that you want to go and buy it at the high of the day. That's not what we do. Okay, we're always looking for opportunities on pullbacks. Okay, we're looking for opportunities on pullbacks. Okay, with regard to Google. Okay, Google looks really good. You don't want to buy the high of the day. Whenever you get a bullish day like this, 3 days in a row, okay, you always want to buy a dip. Okay, you want to wait for the dip. Okay, so we got a dip right at the open. We got a little dip right in here, but now we're starting to go. Bollinger Bands are opening up. I can't speak today. MACD, stochastics rising, RSI right. Everything looks good for Google. You just don't want to buy the high of the day. If you absolutely have to buy the high of the day, and you were going to buy 1,000 shares, buy 100 shares, knowing that you're probably going to get an area to add on a dip, but still be bullish. Okay, ABCD pattern. If you absolutely have to buy the high of the day, scale in. That way, you're not buying 1,000 shares at the high of the day, having this pull back, you get stopped out, and then it bounces on a B and C pivot, and then you're like scratching your head, like, why didn't I listen to Vinny? Why didn't I listen and buy the dip? That's the biggest mistake most new traders make. They get excited, they buy the breakout, which is fine. Buying breakouts are fine. Okay, don't get me wrong. If this was the breakout, this would be a valid trade setup, right? If we broke out above this level right here, okay, that's a valid breakout. Okay, 182.50 is needed. Okay, Bollinger Bands are still fairly tight. The 921.50 are pointing up and to the right, so you know it's a bullish trend. You know that you got a good trade set up. You just don't want to buy the high of the day. That's all. That's all. Okay, Apple. We were just looking at Amazon. Okay, so Amazon giving you a good setup. All right, Amazon looks like it wants to go. It's breaking out above this pivot. This is day 10. When this starts going, you're going to see these Bollinger Bands start to open up, top and bottom, the red lines. See them open up. If they open up, that's going to tell you look for a fast move. Right now, it's pretty slow going. It's a Friday, so there's no need to do anything crazy. All right, but when you see these Bollinger Bands open up and they start to do this, and they start to do that, that's telling you look for a very fast move. So you should see price bolt higher. It's based on price and volatility. So RSI is moving higher. Okay, you can see higher highs, higher lows. You can see MACD, stochastics, everything is set up. We've got institutional trades. You can see the volume. Broadcom pulling back, so Broadcom's failing. Okay, Broadcom. Broadcom. Google's still going here. Google. Coinbase is still grinding higher. Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase, C-O-I-N, Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase, we got a doji. Do note that the Bollinger Bands are paralleling the 21-day, more or less. Okay, the upper band, price action, paralleling the 9 EMA, the 21-day. The lower Bollinger Bands turned upward. What does that mean? That means look for a grind higher. See how the Bollinger Bands opened up real quickly? This is for the new traders. This is for new traders. See how Bollinger Bands opened up quickly right here when it was tight, and both bands move away from each other as a product of price. That's telling you look for a fast move, and that's exactly what we got. We moved from 270 to 280, 270 to 380 very quickly. You know, that was a 100-point move. 100-point move in 6 trading days. Not bad. Coinbase. Okay, Bitcoin is still making higher highs and higher lows. Watch for Coinbase to continue. Coinbase, you want to buy those dips. Okay, we got a nice dip intraday. Okay, there's your dip right there. 378, right at 12 o'clock, 12:15. What happened at 12:15? Look at Coinbase. Look at Coinbase. What happened at 12:15? We got the flow to start turning up. Okay, here's 12 o'clock. The flow is starting to turn back up. This is a cheat. This is a cheat. Watching what dealers are doing. Okay, Broadcom, you can see Broadcom is turned back down, so this is not working, Broadcom. Okay, you can see the flows on Broadcom turn right back down, okay? Have to wait until next week, I guess. Broadcom. Okay, we're at standard deviation, second standard deviation, VWAP, anchored VWAP bands. We're at the second standard deviation as of yesterday. As of this week, we're trading at the second standard deviation. The only thing that means is that we could pull back to 600, 620 at least. That's nearby support, 620 on SPY. 605 is the first standard deviation anchored VWAP. Currently, we're trading about 100 stocks on the S&P 500 advancing, 400 declining or unchanged, 100 stocks advancing on the S&P 500. We only have 30 stocks on the queue. 30 stocks on the queue. That's telling you that we're seeing consolidation. There's a few stocks that are moving, but very few that are actually following through. Okay, Coinbase is trying to go a bit more here. Coinbase. Okay, so you can see where I entered Coinbase. You can see why I do this type of, take this kind of idea. That's my entry right there. My entry is right at 1253, I think it was. Okay. Put my stop underneath that last buy order block, and then I look overhead. Where is my supply? Okay, so I'm going to assume that we can get through this first pivot right there because Coinbase and Bitcoin are so strong right now that it's probably going to come right back up, at least get through this pivot high. I'm assuming that that'll give me a 2-to-1 trade. Okay, you can visualize this. After a while, you get used to, you know, you can see it. You can see the ratio. This distance from here to here. this distance from here to here. Okay, you just double it up. 1, 2, you can see it. I mean, it's very easy to visualize. Some people like to draw that on the screen. Broadcom, no go with Broadcom. Google is on the move. Apple looks like it wants to do something. Watch Apple. Apple looks like it wants to do something. Okay, let me pay my my business car payment. Let's see. Oh, that's okay. All right. Okay, Tesla's hanging out at the high. All right, let's take a look at Tesla flow. See if you want to exit Tesla. Let's see what Tesla flow looks like. Tesla flow is kind of topping out right now. Tesla flow. Okay, Tesla flow is topping out a bit. If you want to take some Tesla off, not a bad idea. Tesla. Let me see what I want to do here with Tesla. I think I want to take a little off. Tesla. TSLL. Okay. That's looking good. All right. So I'm looking for the evening session after 1:30, 2 o'clock. I'm looking for institutions to tell us what they think of this high, what they think of this retest of the all-time highs. Watching for institutions, hedge funds, etc., to tell me what they're doing. We usually look at that after 2 o'clock, 2:15, 2:45. It's not a science. It's just something that if it's what I do, basically. All right. So if I don't get the morning, if I don't, excuse me. A lot of people ask me, why do you look for institutional buying? Well, think about it this way. All right, you get the morning rush, right? You get that run up ABCD pattern, right? You get this pattern, okay? Okay, so a lot of people trade the morning session. Okay, we won't talk about why that is, but you get the B and C pivot. The B and C pivot, the C pivot usually occurs somewhere around, even if it doesn't happen exactly around 1:30, 2 o'clock, you get that higher low. So institutions see the bullish follow through in something like, I don't know, Google. Google's looking very bullish. All right, let's take a look at Google for an example. Okay, here's Google. All right, so Google's bullish. Now, what would keep institutions from buying in the morning? I'm not saying that they don't, but I do say that I look for volume to pick up in the evening session and looking for that BC pivot setup. A lot of times they'll see that, right? It's bullish. So I know that buying dips are going to work. I see what the high of the day is. I can buy C with a stop under B. I don't think institutions are really worried about it, but a lot of times we're looking for that volume and we get the follow through. It's certainly bullish. Google certainly looks good. It's got an upgrade. It's got a target of 300. I have a target of 317 based on earnings. Close enough. So I'm always looking for institutions. All right, looking for the flow, the volume to pick up in the evening session. All right. Okay, we got everything is starting to show profit taking right now. Okay. Oh, it was Amazon they upgraded. Sorry, Morgan Stanley upgraded Amazon, $300 price target. Amazon's trading 225 right now. Looks like some profit taking. Okay, looks like profit taking. Amazon. All right, so $300 price target. That's what I have. 317. I have 311. 311. I have 311. Okay, so here's the top of the cup over here at 240. Amazon looks good. What is AMD doing? AMD. All right, so Coinbase looking good. Coinbase is looking good. AMD. All right, a little profit taking at the high. Seeing some profit taking on a number of stocks. You can see the buy order blocks. All right, you can see the buy order blocks on the way up. And supply just overhead. AMD supply just overhead. Okay, I'm looking for another leg up. As long as we don't start to see a bunch of profit taking, I'm looking for another leg up. Why am I looking for another leg up? Okay, look at the S&P 500. Okay. Okay, you can see that the flow is making higher highs and higher lows. The purple line making higher highs and higher lows. Okay, we just got a little dip there. Okay, a little profit taking. It's been a good week. Okay, you can see the hedging flows are starting to turn down. We got supply. We got the resistance over here on the left, the red and the purple. The congregating right there at 6270-ish. Okay, and Netflix still pushing lower. Okay, Coinbase still rising. Coinbase. Okay, Coinbase still rising. Coinbase. Okay, AMD pulling back a little bit. AMD. Coinbase is still moving higher. Good entry. Still moving here. Coinbase. Yeah, it looks good, Rob. I like that, Derek. Okay, we got Broadcom starting to turn back up. All right, looks like a little profit taking, starting to get a bid now on some of these stocks. Coinbase still following through. Coinbase just grinding back up. Futures just bounced. Mm-hmm. All right, looking for Coinbase.
Uncertainty is not great for any business. Getting clarity is important, and that's why we said here is the assumption we are using to think of the business over the next 6 months or the next 12 months. I think that's more important. Getting clarity, driving less uncertainty, both for the consumer, for our customers, that's the wholesale retail partners, and as well as for our shareholders. And so that's the piece that we kind of think about, and that's why scenario planning, different scenarios, and having game plan ready in the event, whichever
Okay, watching Coinbase just continue.
The other piece of it, Ali, is we cannot take anything for granted. We have to earn our the respect of our consumers every day. And so driving,
which is memorable. Hopefully your experience in buying the denim bottom for Beyonce was a memorable moment. For us, having those moments is important. You know, there was a customer, I was in Europe, earlier in June, and Beyonce was in town. There was a consumer who wanted Beyonce hat. You know, she went to our store. Emily, our store manager in Regent Street, customized that hat. And it's a memorable moment for the consumer. And for us, having those memorable moments that tie into the brand are what make the brand better, make our product more relevant.
Memorable moment for the consumer and memorable moment for investors.
Okay, Coinbase still moving. Okay, S&P turning back up. Bitcoin making a higher low, trying to make another higher high. Bollinger Bands coming together. So it's telling us that volatility is starting to contract. Look for prices to stay within a certain range, a narrow range. You can see Bollinger Bands on the screen. They're starting to narrow, turn back in. Palantir, buy order blocks on Palantir. We're probably going to bounce around inside of this range on Palantir. We got buy order blocks below, sell order blocks overhead. Got narrowing Bollinger Bands. Okay, sell orders overhead, buy orders below. Just ping ponging between. We got like a spinning top on the daily. Looking for a retest of the recent highs. You can see Bollinger Bands are pretty much paralleling price action. Lower band is trying to open up. If we get any kind of follow through next week, we should see a retest of 147, maybe 150 on Palantir. Netflix is trying to turn right now. Broadcom is turning back up. Meta. Okay, we were making a series of higher highs and higher lows on Meta. The flow started to show some profit taking. Meta is dipping a little bit back to $717. Amazon looks like it wants to break out. Got an upgrade today from Morgan Stanley, $300 price target. I had 311. That was from notes I took 2 weeks ago. All right. Let's see. All right. Google.
We're seeing a lot of money come into the states from the top. Basically, it's a secondary direction because we're really behind off the country. Yeah, we need to catch up. I mean, in China, they're making 1 per second, they make 90% of all the books. We really don't do any of that. And so part of the number yesterday was to like help bolster our industrial base and start making stuff here. It's going to take 5 to 10 years to catch up. Absolutely. Also, it's actually it's with a lot of solutions, and then there's also a lot of innovation.
All right. I'm just sitting here scanning through stocks, watching Coinbase grinding higher. Okay. Palantir. Okay, Apple looks like it wants to do something. All right. So end of day, maybe we pop through this area right here and back up to the highs. Possible. Coinbase looks like it wants to keep grinding higher. Coinbase. Okay, AMD. That one flagging a little bit, a little profit taking. Okay, Broadcom turning a bit, turning back up. Okay, if you were looking for entries on Broadcom in this area, stop below. Back to the highs. That's about 1.5 to 1. Broadcom bouncing. All right, so we're still bouncing here. Mhm. Mhm. Mhm.
Ownership of the U.S. Chinese electric vehicle maker NIO is looking to say it's perhaps in the EVs also reaffirming full weight rating over the EV company's pricing. A major recall for Ford impacting over 850,000 cars, possible fuel pump failures. National Highway Safety Traffic Administration reported informing customers who are affected on Monday whose provided models and solutions still
Okay. Do. All right, Apple's trying to go here. Watch Apple's trying to go. Apple's trying to go. Okay, a day trade with Apple looks like it's possible. Let's see what Apple's doing here. Apple. Okay, so let's do this real quick. All right, so Apple, if you took this right here with a stop underneath, right under this flag, and if we make it back to the high of the day, that's 2-1 or more. Okay, it's 5-1. Okay, so even if we make it halfway back to today's high, it's a decent potential trade here. Okay, so we make it say back to here. That's 3-1, 2-1. Okay, scalp wise. Okay, so let's go right there. If you entered right here with a stop underneath. Okay, and we got back up here. 2-1. Looking for 2-1. Okay, that's what you're looking for in Apple. So maybe some at the money calls for today. Okay, I need to see the flow though. I need to see the flow in Apple turning up. Let's see what that looks like. Apple flow. Apple, we need to see a flow turn up. This was on earlier in the week. Why are they showing this again? Okay, Apple flow. Don't have any Apple flow. What's the deal here? Let's go to Google. Okay, let's go back to Apple. All right, Google Flow continues to ramp higher. There's Apple. Apple's turning up. So if you want to try some lottos, let me try some lottos here. Apple lottos. Let me try some Apple lottos. Let's see. Apple lotto for today. Okay. Apple. Let's see what these are going for. Today's. You risk a little to make a bit. Let's see what this is doing here. Okay, Apple, can we get back at what was the high of the day? The high of the day was 212. So that's only $1 move. So 212, you need at least a 50 delta to make anything. 210s, that's an 80. That's an 80 delta, 90 delta. 210s. 212.50s. Can we make it to 212? Those are 7 cents. Those are 7 cents. I'm going to buy 10 of these just for the shits and giggles. Let's see what this does. Apple. Okay, 7 cents. Let's see what we can get here. $70.
So should people just keep piling in, or are we missing something?
Yeah, people keep filing. That's what we do every 2 weeks. We file in, right? Who changes their application before
Okay, let's see what we can get going here. Apple. Okay, so I just bought the stop's not even worth worth worrying about. So I'm risking $70 to see if this goes. I bought 10 of these just for hell, for fun. Okay. Okay, so if I can get 100% on this, that'd be fun. Okay, I'm kind of bored sitting here. I got everything done this morning that I needed to. Daughter's birthday, bought flowers, have her present, got her some cash. Mother went out and bought a cake, got balloons. We have this tea shop. It's kind of like if you got a Teavana, if you have a Teavana near you. It's kind of like Teavana, but it's a little bit more upscale. Kind of like combining Teavana with what's the name of that really ritzy cookery. Williams Sonoma. It's kind of like combining Teavana with Williams Sonoma. Really nice tea shop. It's got tea, it's got spices, it's got, high-end cookery, pots and pans. Very nice place in North Myrtle Beach at Barefoot Landing, if you've ever been there. Okay, so nice move here. Those calls are 10 cents. All right, so that's 30%. Those calls are 10 cents now. Okay, so other people noticed it. Okay, I like to look for these at the end of the day, end of the week, because occasionally you can buy like 100 of these, $700, and they go up 10 cents, 20 cents. You exit, you make a nice little chunk of change. Okay. Okay, let's see if we can get some more out of this. I get a double, I'll exit at 15 cents. I'll take some off. Or should I just let it go? I should let it go, right? See how far we go with this? Okay. Beep. Should have bought 100 of these. Okay. All right, so we got 102,000 of these trading here. These Apple calls. Okay. Okay, if it doesn't work, no love loss, right? 102,900. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna open a Dr. Pepper for shits and giggles too. Thanks for reminding me, Corey. I can have one. Haven't had one since July 4th.
And to that point, you have an emoji reader here for
Okay, so Apple looking for this to keep going. If we can bolt a bit higher. It was just for fun. So, you make 10 cents on these calls, make $100, whatever. That'd be fun. All right, so Netflix is finally turning. The other thing is, I would only take this trade with Apple. I would only take it if the whole market, for the most part, was moving higher, which is the case right now. Okay, I'm not going to stare at the screen for 20 minutes. We'll see if Apple can get up there in the next hour and 50 minutes. I'll be right back. I'm going to go grab a Dr. Pepper.
On social media talking about it. Institutions move a little quietly and lots of money very quickly. They are going to move into trends as fast as retail. That's just because they got to move methodically.
Maybe this is a silly question, because I was going to say who is buying of different things, because to me, it's maybe institutions that are like have all the data and the research and they're trying to make money for their clients, but then you're telling me they don't go to the trends as quickly. Is that more like a mean thing, like retail investors exclusively be like, we pick GameStop and just drive it, whereas they're obviously a bit hesitant. So is meme stocks the only area where retail kind of is institutional?
Yeah, I would say so. And also sometimes in cryptocurrency, you see that as well. But definitely on the meme stocks because people are making noise about stocks that really aren't profitable, sometimes even free revenue. You see a stock, like a lot of the ones we've been tracking over the last few weeks that are up 300, 400%. You've never heard of these companies. I've never heard of these companies. And then there's companies that you have heard of, like in Avis, that stock's up over 100% this year. From what news? Renting more cars all of a sudden than we used to. Rolling out a new line of EP Snow. It's just a stock that gets treated like a 2 point in the Reddit universe and also on social media. There's a lot of momentum in these smaller volume stocks, right? The smaller share prices, a lot of them in the 3,000, they can move a lot quicker. So yeah, that's where we move a lot quicker from institutions, but algorithms drive them by right there, buying signals, selling signals almost every single second, every single word that comes out of its mouth. Institutions have these hard and fast rules. When these conditions happen, we do this. A lot faster than we can. You and I buy or sell a stock, it's got to get moved in. A bunch of other orders of the same magnitude, same price. You've got a lot of 10,000, and that stock's eventually triple. So why do we have to pay? We don't have that kind of trading.
When we're talking about meme stocks and the momentum trade that we discussing, I wonder if it's because retail investors are typically younger, they have a shorter time horizon. Maybe they're just used to this V-shaped recovery. So stocks bouncing back. If you look at COVID, we had a pretty quick recovery from then, the April lows, same thing. Do you think there's an element of maybe they don't know how bad things could get, so stocks always usually go up?
Yeah, they've had the experience like from 2008 all the way through to today. We had some, 2008, 2009, great financial crisis, which is a record. A lot of people started this. Then we saw what the government did in terms of lowering interest rates, raining money out. That happened again during COVID. And guess what? We had a cute little bear market for a couple of weeks, and then we were back to the races because we had money and time on our hands. But also, younger investors, especially new, younger, and more traders than investors, this is a little bit like sports gambling. Right. So they'll take a flyer on a stock that might be pre-revenue, pre-profit, no one's ever heard of because they're hearing about it. Not that big of a loss. They didn't get in too hard on it. And they're taking chances, taking bet versus saying, let me build myself a long-term established portfolio that I can ride into my retirement. Very few people, especially younger generation, thinking that way. And it could be part of it.
Right, because I think the great financial crisis left a little bit of scar tissue, I would say, on some millennials out there. But hold that thought, because we're going to take a short break. We'll be right back.
All right. Apple, not a lot of interest in it, but maybe we can get something out of this. There goes Amazon. Amazon breaking out. Amazon breaking out. Okay. Google. Okay. Google ditto. Come on, Apple. Let's shoot a bit higher. Let's make this the end of a really nice week. Hope everyone had a good week. I certainly did as well. What's AMD doing? AMD, looking for it to resume that move higher that we were looking at earlier. Okay, if some of you got into this earlier in the week, looking good. Tesla's pushing back up. Tesla's pushing back up. Okay, Amazon pushing. Oh yeah, I forgot my Dr. Pepper.
Translation. We're here with Felix Silver. We're just talking about meme stocks, this momentum trade, but I want to get your viewpoint on another risky asset, and that is Bitcoin. We're seeing record highs there as well. Cryptocurrency is going through waves. It feels like we're in this period of momentum, as we've been discussing the entire show. So what's your view on crypto right now?
Yeah, momentum is in cryptocurrency's favor. I was at Bitcoin 2025 in Las Vegas. The vice president showed up. The president's sons were there, having their new decentralized finance platform and their crypto trading platform. So they're all in. And when you have that type of easy regulation, favoritism from government, well, it's green lights. But you've also noticed lately, Bitcoin has gone through this resurgence where it's not just retail investors. Big companies are adding it to their treasuries by the billions, right, to grow their treasuries and have something that's separated from the dollar-denominated currencies that most of them do business. Why would they want to do that? Well, if you own Bitcoin in your treasury, let's say you have $500 million worth of Bitcoin in your treasury, Bitcoin goes up 10%, that makes the overall value of the assets part of your balance sheet look a lot appropriate. So you've seen companies do that for the BlackRocks of the world, which are millions of dollars in Bitcoin, GameStops, which did an offering so we free up cash to buy $500 million. What enough perspective? We had this big rally in Bitcoin money, spot Bitcoin ETFs were approved finally, and you can now own them in our 401ks and in our portfolios. And that drove a lot of retail interest in Bitcoin. Right now, the institutions are all building their own war chests before the supply runs out, because there'll only ever be 21 million Bitcoin ever printed. So we're at around 19-ish, 19.5 million or so. They want to make sure they own as much of it as possible. They see further deregulation and easing of regulation, from cryptocurrency to financial. Yes, it's all new.
This is really stupid, but can companies do this with any stock? Like they're supporting their balance sheet with crypto. If they believe what's on the program, they believe Apple to walk on this money, can't they just do that with stock, or is there something different about it?
Bitcoin has a limited supply, so that's one of them. And they see how widely it's being adopted. So it's also against the other types of regular assets they might have in their portfolios. And you see companies invest into the companies all the time. You know what they mostly do? They buy back their own stock. Best use of their cash, for the most part. More tax efficient way for them to actually return cash to the shareholders. Also kind of props up the E part of the equation. Shares off the table by buying it back.
What do you think of the crypto strategy of a company like Strategy? Where it goes a ton of Bitcoin. Does that make you nervous?
No, as long as they are who they are, who they say they are, and they have decided very clearly, like the sailors, like, no, we are basically a Bitcoin treasury company. When you play around with the other businesses that require a lot of people to manage, require contracts with other companies, don't need to play around in that area when we can just ride the wave along Bitcoin holdings and they can buy it for years and years. You can imagine our average price is pretty low over there, all in. And as long as you're saying that's what we do, we are all in on this. If you buy our stock, this trust.
It's very volatile. So here's me. You're saying when Bitcoin changes, and you put it like from 100 to like 7,000. So that's a big swing, and yes, it did recover, but it still makes me skeptical.
Sure, but you don't have a strong stomach. You're not allowed to own cryptocurrency.
Yeah.
Right? You can't own cryptocurrency
Let me add.
because Bitcoin was off 50% crashes. Since 20 years, right? You see that happen multiple times. Right. Chart goes up into the right mostly because people want to be owning it, especially in terms of it's the so-called crypto capital of the world. Everyone wants their coins. They want their own piece of it. So yeah, it does crash, but so do stocks and so do other asset classes. Bitcoin has been like any other asset class we've ever seen in history. But
Well, this is to a fundamental problem. So what is it?
the problem is that, as I said earlier, lots of sprinkles on top, pretty tasty. On top of that ice cream cone, once you get into it, you see, oh, it might not.
I hate when I lick off all the sprinkles in my ice cream, I will say.
Now, what do I have? I got a soft Mr. Softly. Both what do you have? You have the economy that's slow, right? We only do it at 0.5%, 0.5% of the first quarter, coming off at 2.4%. Some of that was, concerns about tariffs, companies pulling back on manufacturing, pulling back on capex, pulling back on industrial production in general. So the economy is slowing a little bit. We got a decent report job for 127,000, kind of bang on average. If you look inside the numbers in the private payroll report, that actually fell for the first time in months last week. And you're seeing big announcements from companies like the Microsoft's of the world that are laying off 8,000, 9,000 people. That's not a lot, given the size of its workforce. And fundamentally, it's not as strong as you think. Small businesses can tell you that. And if you look inside the balance sheets of most Americans right now, well, top 10% of doing bad. It's 1 million an hour last year. Rising stock prices and rising housing prices. That just makes you rich. That's one of the surface. Not so.
Well, when do the products break things? If you haven't seen it.
Guess what? They really need to spend. They really have a hard time. Stop spending. They're not really going.
All right, some Dr. Pepper. I don't know if it goes with coconut curry. I made some chicken last night with coconut curry for lunch. Okay, Tesla with a nice pop there, Tesla.
So if there could be cracks.
Google's still moving.
What are some hedges that you hear about that people are getting into? Is it gold? I mean, is crypto kind of a hedge sometimes?
Yeah, they used to say it was a non-correlated asset. I don't believe that. I look at the stock market and crypto right now. Kind of march to the same beat, and that beat is for stock, right? But what does well? Well, sometimes short-term treasuries do well. We saw a big move to that trade earlier this year during a lot of tariff madness. So a lot of people moving into short-term paper. That makes a lot of sense. But also, utilities do really well in an environment like that. Pick off nice dividends. We always pay our utility bill, right, every single month. So you saw that in all the staples. Well, now you're seeing the reverse, right? Now you're seeing aggressive growth.
Apple looking for that follow through.
Bank would do very well again. First, you're doing pretty well again. So anytime you see fear, you see the safety trade back on, and gold has been a big part of it. There were multiple record highs for gold going into just this month.
I want to click here, just a segment that we like to call Lost in Translation, where we get our guest takes on what the market might be misunderstanding, and something that you find people are not quite getting right is tokenization. So tell us a little bit about that.
Yeah, tokenization is happening across the capital markets. And what do I mean by that? Well, in cryptocurrency, lingua franca, tokenization, basically is creating proxies for actual assets in cryptocurrency or in crypto tokens. So last week we saw an announcement by Robinhood saying it was going to sell tokens for stocks like OpenAI. Doesn't even have a stock yet. Private companies like OpenAI, so investors kind of trade alongside the progress of that company. Ultimately, if you listen to my good friend Rick Edelman in The Truth About the Future, you know that all companies are moving towards tokenization in their physical assets. So soon, when we get 24/7 round the clock,
Apple on the move.
tokens of these stocks, the proxies for them, all have to happen on the blockchain. So you will no longer own 10 shares of your favorite company. You will own tokens that represent the shares of your favorite companies, and they will trade 24/7, just like cryptocurrency. We're seeing that across sectors right now. All these announcements about stablecoin adoption, allowing stablecoins, the Stable Act, allowing stablecoins into our banking system, that paves the way for more transactions and more trading in cryptocurrencies, just like the regular assets that we've been trading for the last 100 years.
This is bringing my mind back to the NFT craze.
Kind of like that.
But then it seems like that went away.
Right, and NFTs, because there was really nothing beyond that, you know, if you bought a work of art, you didn't even have the rights to display it necessarily. You basically own the rights, but the rights are not as important as having something that can be transferred into fiat currency as well, especially with Bitcoin, but other cryptocurrency holdings. We're seeing lending institutions that I'm talking about, established lending institutions, allowing you to borrow against your crypto holdings, right? You can now borrow to buy a house against your Bitcoin holdings if you didn't have basically good credit necessarily, or you didn't have other means to raise cash, which you got into Bitcoin 10 years ago, and sitting on a few $1 million. You can borrow against it for fiat currency, put a down payment on a house, or you can buy a house outright. So it's in our system right now. Tokenization is just the next step where all of a sudden nothing's quite real anymore. We're just creating the token manifestations of our favorite asset.
All right, token manifestation. Good to know here. Caleb, thank you so much for joining us. And we're winding things down here at Stock and Translation. So make sure to check out other episodes of our show on the Yahoo Finance site and mobile app. We're also on all of your favorite podcast platforms. So be sure to like, leave a comment, and subscribe wherever you get your podcast.
Coinbase pulling back. Tesla, that was a nice little pop there. AMD. AMD trying to do something. All right, Tesla just keeps pushing up against the high. Tesla. Okay, we're almost at the 200-day. Tesla almost back to the 200-day. That was a target for the week. Would have been great if we would have got there, but Netflix turned back up.
These new accounts are designed for children and designed to provide some savings vehicle for families that are interested in creating savings accounts for their children. Now, you mentioned $1,000 contribution from the government. That's for eligible newborns. So other children under the age of 18 may be eligible as well. But these are tax advantaged to the extent that your capital gains rate is going to be lower than your ordinary income rate when it's time to withdraw. But relative to other things in the tax code, families are going to have to consider whether public accounts versus an education savings account or HSA or other grants might be worth putting the money towards instead of.
And what are the contribution limits or how much can people put in these
this is a deferred savings plan similar to retirement plans, that the age limits are very different. Individuals can access these, or children can access these at age 18. They have to withdraw all funds by age 25. Yeah, so there are some qualified expenses. You can use these for home purchase, for educational purposes.
S&P cash hedge flows are turning back up. Markets are moving higher. S&P cash flows are rising. All right, we have a basket of equities, S&P 500 equities driving higher, as well as cash flow, hedge flows looking good. Okay, we got a nice little move here so far. Hedging flows climbing. Hedge flows are climbing. Come on, we need to get Apple up here. We need to get Apple to get a move on. Okay, Apple, Apple looking for that to follow through. Push a bit higher, Apple. S&P cash squeezing, looking for a follow through. S&P into the gap, looking good. All right, S&P cash is just squeezing, looking for something to push us over the finish line. Stocks are just sitting here doing nothing at the moment. Okay, S&P, let's do this. Let's push it. Oh boy, hope everyone's having a good day. I'm your host, Cousin Benny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is Friday. Okay, let's get going here. I'm gonna get another pop. That last pop that we had on Apple looked like shorts covering. So if we get another pop here, we could see more of that kind of price action. Just be aware of it. Come on, S&P. S&P futures are still on a 60-minute buy signal. We are getting a little stretched, but that's on the 5-minute. Yeah, it doesn't look that bad. We had a gap down, so we're looking for, maybe we'll get a little bit more, fill more of that gap. Okay, let's look at junk bonds. Let's see what junk bonds look like. Junk bonds. Okay, so that's kind of teetering on losing the 21 day for next week. We know that next week's probably going to create a little bit more volatility and maybe some, more fade in the markets. There's a lot of data coming out next week. S&P still riding. Technically have a lower high on RSI. Double top. Okay, Palantir coming back in. All right. Not a whole lot of momentum today. A lot of these stocks push back up into their gaps from the gap down this morning. Apple, watching that. Apple. Can we get a little spurt higher?
speculate how this new data can impact the scores. And what they found is that for firm users at least, the majority of people will see a slight increase to their score or no impact at all. Okay, so if you use buy now pay later money, what should you do? You should discuss the same with me. Right. So the most important thing to keep in mind is paying your bill on time. So making those installments in full by the due date. For missing any payment can have a serious negative impact. And then also keep the number of loans you have going to a minimum. The more debt you take on, the more adversely affect your credit. Basically, a buy now pay later loan is like any loan. You want to pay the interest how it affects your credit score. You want to pay it on time. So thanks, Casey. Thank you so much. Thank you. Millions of seniors will see smaller Social Security checks in July. Who's been the administration plans to withhold 50% of check from the sum of their
SPY, SPY just sitting here. Okay, Apple drifting a bit lower.
proactive and make sure they are not overpaid so that they don't have to give up from their check on the other side. Yeah, absolutely, Julie. I mean, of course, nothing's ever super easy, but the best thing to do is immediately go Social Security.
Okay, Netflix is trying to make a higher low and a higher high. Netflix. We're still only about 30 or so stocks green on the Nasdaq 100. 32 stocks green. The S&P has gained a few advancers. We were at about 100. We're now at 130 advancing. And IWM is 300 advancing. The rest, 1,700, are declining or unchanged. S&P just sitting here doing nothing. Palantir fading a bit more. Coinbase did make it back to about 390 or so. Right around 390, and we dipped a little bit. So I'm looking for a higher low on Coinbase. Bitcoin just kind of going sideways. Everything is just sort of sitting here doing nothing now. Let me pay a bill while I'm waiting. All right, let me see. Okay.
Julie, too, that any increase in someone's additional income so can lead to greater portion of their Social Security benefit being subject to income tax. And for just my way background here, just because income plus stream of income is your AGI plus 25 income and half of your Social Security benefits, if you want to get a sense of what portion of your Social Security will be taxed.
All right, well, this is a Social Security topic is changes in tax policy. That age 65 as the overview. What do seniors need to know about?
Yeah,
so first off, this provision does not eliminate Social Security benefits or taxes on certificates. So it allows an extra deduction of up to $6,000 per taxpayer who is a 65 holder, regardless of whether they currently receive Social Security benefits or not. The deduction is age-based, not benefit dependent. It's a deduction and not an exclusion. It's not refundable, which means that the deduction exceeds your taxable income, you won't receive a refund. It's available to both people who are itemized and as well as those who use the standard deduction. It does require a valid number. It's temporary. It's set to expire in 2028, and it's also subject to modified adjusted gross income phase out beginning at $150,000 for joint filers. So the deduction does not eliminate taxation of benefits, but according to the White House, it will take the number of beneficiaries who pay no tax on their benefits from around 40 to 50% upwards to 88%, according to
Big change. All right. Well, and one more question we got for you, Bob, is how will the senior deduction affect my Roth IRA conversion plan? So what's the answer to that one?
Yeah, this is an interesting one. So, so right now I mentioned that you get a $6,000 deduction, and that equates to about $12,000. Not about equal to modified adjusted gross income. So, according to Bob Keebler, who's done some analysis, this phase out creates what he would call a tax cliff for Roth conversions at the $150,000 of modified adjusted gross income level. So, for instance, a married couple who's age 65, they would qualify for the full $12,000 deduction, and that would equate to on paper a tax savings of $2,640. But what happens is if you do say $100,000 Roth conversion, and then it would push your modified adjusted gross income up to $250,000, and that could trigger a 22% income tax, but also wipe out the senior deduction. So at first glance, it looks like this conversion would be beneficial, but when you do the numbers, it's not. So the ultimate advice here, the tax planning tip is to model all these Roth conversions before you do them, and to determine whether it would be better to do the Roth conversion before you turn 65 or after you turn 65.
Okay, and finally,
Bob,
yeah, go ahead.
I would note just quickly, Julie, that as Bob was talking about too, since with this new law that went in, so that the taxes are staying relatively low since they're not going to bump back up, and so it makes making a Roth conversion a bit more enticing for people to do this.
All right. Apple pulling back a little bit. No follow through. Bitcoin is squeezing, trying to do something here. S&P is not doing much of anything. Most stocks are showing signs of some profit taking, no follow through.
In essence, that will impact what you're going to pay in Medicare premiums. These go on a sliding scale, and it starts about at adjusted gross incomes for a single filer around 106,000. I think it's this year 100, and so forth. So if you think of that as your starting point, and it sort of graduates down, it may.
All right. Stocks are just fading right now. No follow through.
So for right now, for 2025, they're looking at 2023.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Thank you both so much.
I would mention too is both according to the Medicare Trustees Report, the Medicare Part B premium is estimated to increase 11% to about $200 for 2020.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you both. Really appreciate it. And that's it for Mind Your Money. Scan the QR code below to sign up for the Mind Your Money newsletter, and stay tuned for Market Domination coming up.
All right. Let's see. Stupid commercials. All right, stocks are fading. People are probably going to get a little nervous coming into the last hour of the trading day. Probably going to get a little nervous, take some profits. If they didn't get their goal for a higher price, they're probably going to take some profits. We'll see if we get any kind of bounce here in the last hour. I'm your host, Cousin Vinny, coming to you from theclosingprint.com. It is 3 o'clock straight up. In about 1 minute, it'll be 3 o'clock straight up. Power hour, looking for maybe something. Maybe a little bit of an end of day run.
Morning Movers brings traders the biggest headlines to start the day, from volatile overnight swings to the earliest analyst call. Get your watch list ready. 8 a.m. Eastern. Morning Movers only on Schwab Network.
Oh boy. All right, we're still down on the day. S&P is still down on the day. Currently trading futures currently 63.06. We're still down 18 handles. Potential for this to rally. Maybe it has some potential for it to rally, get closer to break even on the day compared to yesterday's close.
Also down not quite as much, just about 0.1%, 22,795.44. On the Dow, down about 0.5% at 44,383.41, and the Russell down roughly 1% at 2241.67. As we take a look at some of the futures products, it's a flip story here. We've got a lot of green on this board. The dollar at 97.53, that's up 0.2%. Gold is at 33.73. Crude oil up 3%, trading at 68.62 a barrel, and Bitcoin up at 118,160. That is up 3.75% on the day, and another record for them as well. Now, as we look at a few stocks that stood out this week, we do have quite a few big stories happening today. To catch us up on the latest, I'm joined here in studio by Jenny Horn, the co-host of Next Gen Investing here on the Schwab Network. We have to begin, Jenny, talking about NVIDIA. Certainly not our first time this week. Certainly won't be our last time talking about them. It's true. It will definitely not be our last. No. This has basically dominated all of the conversations I have had this week. And for good reason, we saw it reach that $4 trillion mark for valuation. And why this is so notable, because, I mean, we see companies reach the $1 trillion club now, not frequently, but it has been a pretty common occurrence, especially in a post-pandemic, very centric world. But NVIDIA says 3 decades, building a business to be worth $1 trillion, and now 72 years.
S&P pulling back a bit.
Company. Thursday, we did officially close as $4 trillion.
It's been a really good week. Make sure you're taking a little bit off the table so that you have cash for next week. We're undoubtedly going to get some more volatility and maybe even a pullback. Trading at highs. I don't expect us to hold up here. With junk bonds teetering on losing the 21-day, could come back to the 50-day. Still being a bullish trend, but signaling the last 3 weeks a consolidation week. That's what it looks like right now. If you look at the S&P 500, you've got a consolidation week. Okay, so here's a daily. Here's a daily SPY. Okay, so we're just kind of sitting here for the week. The last 2 weeks have been bullish. Okay, so since the April 7th low at 480.38, we've managed 1 in 2 weeks. 2 weeks have been the maximum before taking a break. 1 week up, break. 2 weeks up, break. 1 week, 2 weeks, break, break. 2 weeks up. That's the latest the latest follow through was 2 weeks up, and exactly what we anticipated was a consolidation week. Do we follow through next week? I kind of doubt it, but you know, 610 by next week. 610 is probably going to be Probably going to be close to the 10 EMA. And that's the breakout level, 610 anyway. So a retest of the breakout level and then follow through makes a lot of sense. Why would I be looking for a breakout? A lot of you are still concerned about a pullback because of RSI divergence or whatever. What I'm looking at is a number of things. S&P equal weight index, removing the weight of the top 10 New York FANG components plus a couple. The equal weight index, okay, so the equal weight index is giving us more of a pause. Okay, that's giving more of a pause. Number of stocks above the 20-day have drifted lower. This is actually a low for the week. You could look at this as a negative, but I always look at it as a positive because I'm collecting cash. I'm looking for dips to buy. So if I'm looking for a dip to buy, I don't want to buy when everything is above the 20-day with the potential for it to pull back. I want to buy the dip when everybody else is like worried. I want to buy the dip once it gets bought and get this to turn back up. Same thing with the 50-day. Number of stocks above the 50-day is back to 70%. It was over 82% just 2 weeks ago. All right, so this looks okay. The 50 days crossing up through the 200-day. So that's telling me the longer-term trend is looking much more bright. Okay, you get 9, 21, 50 are all pointing up and to the right. 9, 21, 50 are all pointing up and to the right. Okay, Apple, no follow through. What else? S&P 1500. Okay, so you take 1500 stocks. Take 1500 of the S&P stocks. Is that green line above the red line? It is, and moving higher. This is not going to turn in one day. So the trend is up. The trend is up. We're above the histogram, but we're below this 2. 2 is the trigger line, okay, for momentum. If momentum is clearly more bullish, you're going to see this above the 2. It's just an arbitrary number that a lot of people use. It could be 1, it could be 2, 2. Works pretty well. And we're on the 5th blue elder stick. Okay. That's telling you to look for a pause. The number of stocks that institutions have in their core portfolio, it's about 75 of them. Okay, we're teetering at the highs. We got 5 blue elder sticks. We're in between standard deviation 1 and standard deviation 2. A close insider standard deviation 1 is a stop. So we would take a stop and we would look for more downside if we close inside of standard deviation 1, the gray area. All right, so this would be very possible to do. All right, let me show you what I'm talking about here. Okay, so if we get a green elder stick, a red elder stick, and it looks something like this next week. Okay, it looks like that next week. Then we would have a stop right in this area. All right, so that would tell us to take a break, look for more downside, maybe even a move down to the 21-day. All right. So that's the XII, ARK Institutional Index, the 75 stocks most commonly held by institutions in their core portfolios. You can see the stocks that are in here. They're pretty obvious. The ones Home Depot, Hewlett Packard, United Health, etc. All right, so that's those two. Let's take a look at the New York Stock Exchange, and we want to take a look. Okay, so here's the McClellan volume oscillator. So we're not at extremes on the buy or the sell side. We're just drifting higher, which is neutral to bullish. Neutral to bullish on the New York Stock Exchange McClellan volume oscillator. Let's look at high-low. High-low. Okay, so we made a peak to start the week, and we're coming back in a little bit. We're still above the zero line, so this is still bullish. Neutral to bullish. Advanced decline made a new high. And we got a blue elder stick. So when in doubt, you're always going to check the New York Stock Exchange. When you're in doubt, we always want to check the New York Stock Exchange. So that looks a little like we could see a follow through next week to the downside, short term. The longer term trend is up and to the right. Nothing says we can't come back to the 21-day. Since we moved above the 50-day, since we moved above the 50-day and the 200-day, we came back to the 21-day once, twice, 3 times a lady. I would say that it's possible that we could come back to the 21-day and still be very bullish. Bollinger Bands are fairly wide. RSI's turned down. Volume is up. Okay, so we could very well bounce too. We could bounce as well. What else? So let's look at put call ratio. Okay, so as this is dropping, this is telling you more calls are being bought than puts. Okay, if it's up here, we have more puts being bought than calls. Right now, we got more calls than puts, so we'll see some of this get washed out today. Maybe by next week, this can be back in the white zone there. And the index is down below. CPCI is the index. It's neutral. Neutral. Let's look at VIX. VIX. Okay. VIX is neutral. It's about to go red. It is slightly green. VIX VXV, taking the front month VIX and comparing it to the 3-month VIX, that tells you what how institutions are positioning. Okay, it's still neutral in the white zone. When it gets into the red zone, we look for pullbacks. You can see the last time it was in the red zone, it dipped for a few weeks, bounced back and dipped again when this turned back down. Didn't get back to the red zone, but it got to 8.83, right where it is right now, basically. We had the rollover in February. I don't see the same impact of tariffs that we saw in February that we see now. The markets kind of shrug it off. Some people call it TACO. I hate that acronym, but it is what it is. Basically, it's saying exactly what we're thinking, is that the markets are kind of like put tariffs behind us. Now, companies still have to plan for the future. So it's still tough for them to plan for the future when they don't know what tariffs are going to impact them, especially if you're in some of these businesses like mining with Freeport-McMoRan with copper tariffs. Okay, copper tariffs, what was it, 50% tariffs on copper? That shot copper to the highs. Now, this is a leading economic indicator. So from an economic standpoint, this actually looks pretty good. Copper is making new highs. There's sort of a false reading here because of the tariffs, but it's still economically sensitive. Construction-related names, Home Depot. Okay, they're looking for interest rate cuts from the Fed. So you got Toll Brothers, Beazer Homes, KBH Homes, Lennar. These are all turning as interest rates start to turn. Okay, as interest rates start to turn down, let's look at the weekly time frame. Weekly. All right, this is slightly lower over the last year and a half, but still hasn't turned markedly down. What's the 15 look like? 15-year mortgage. This is a 30-year mortgage. 15-year. Okay, so that's pretty much the same. Okay, so that's put call ratio. Okay, bullish percent index. The number of stocks on a point and figure buy signal, that's probably turned down, I would think. It's still elevated, but it's well off of extremes. This can get up into the 90 percentile. This is the number of stocks on a point and figure buy signal. This is how this is measured. Bullish percent. Point and figure buy signal looks like this. This is a point and figure buy. Point and figure. This is how I learned how to chart point and figure. You can see we're on a buy signal. As of July, we broke out above a triple top. Okay, above 6,100 was a buy signal. The column of X's are bullish. 7 indicates July. The current trend is bullish. Okay, this is automatically plotted at a 45-degree angle from vertex to vertex of each box. When this broke above the red downtrend line from the April low, this issued a buy signal once it broke above 5,700. The uptrend is automatically plotted, and that's what we're looking for. June, July, got a nice plot. This is what I learned how to trade with. All right, so in May, we broke above. That's the 5. Okay, 4 is April. April, we got a column of O's. That's selling. X's are buying. Each time a box is filled, when we print 60 to, looks like 6250, this should be a, well, it's a 7 there. Okay. So once we print 6,300, we'll get another X there. And whatever the month is, it could be August. Okay. So we got a lot of bullish signals. Bullish percent can get a bit higher. Okay, so if we go to the weekly, okay, you can see how we can get all the way up here to 70% or even higher. Go back a few years. Go back 20 years. You can see that we've back in 2009 when the markets started to break higher after the great financial crisis in 2009. This hit 85%, so 85% buy signals. Okay, so we're well off of that by 20 percentile. The only reason I bring it up is because we're using comparative analysis here. So, but we are a bit overbought. So, yeah, what else do I want to look at? Okay, so the slow-mo trade, Lee Star's slow-mo trade. Okay, whenever this comes back to the teal colored line again, as long as we don't break below it, that'll be another long. So you can see the last time we got a long signal was back in the last week of June. The middle of June, the last week of June, we got a buy signal back above the teal colored line. So the idea here is you buy a 40 delta about 3 to 4 months out. Some can buy a 50 delta, but you're looking for the trend to continue. So if you had bought when it moved above this at 597, when it moved above it, and you bought the 40 delta, you'd be up probably quite a bit right now. So that looks good. When it drops below the teal colored line, that's when you get short. So if you're looking for a big pullback, I don't see it yet. Let's look at the S&P 500 from the perspective of Ichimoku, which is a trend following system. Ichimoku. Okay. So we're on a bullish trend, obviously. You can see the green cloud, the Kumo, the clouds on the right. Tenkan-sen and Kijun-sen are both rallying. These are 9 and 26 periods, just like MACD uses 9 and 26. You got Kijun-sen, which follows price by 26 periods. As long as it's above price, and also, in this case, it's above Kumo, above the cloud, this is very bullish. So at the most I would see is maybe a pullback to Kijun-sen. Okay. So it's a trend following system. You're long so long as you're above Tenkan and Kijun-sen and the Kumo. So we could drop quite a bit to get back to Kumo. Over the next several weeks, I could see us get back to 600 if the markets start to pull back. And that would be support right below. All right.
So we were holding that as insurance against high valuations, and we harvested that. And so in a sense, we went closer back to the benchmark, meaning we were very underweight MAX 7. Early April, we closed that short somewhat. Now we're still underweight the MAX 7, but we think we have positioned ourselves to exploit the AI theme in lower and better valued sectors. So companies that are more related to the infrastructure build out. So Vertiv, Vistra, Talon Energy. So
Okay.
companies that have lower
So,
multiples but can really participate.
I'm sorry. Tengen-sen is 9 and Kijun-sen is 26. 26 periods. Always get these backwards.
Meaning we have higher sensitivity to interest rate changes. And the thinking there is interest rates on the 30-year,
Okay, S&P 500, a little dip there, comes right back down to this buy order block. You can see that wick on that candle right there. Came right back to that buy order block and bounced for now. Okay, S&P moving back up. So I figured we might see a little shakeout. Okay, there goes Tesla. Tesla going.
So I think we're well compensated after inflation to own bonds.
Tesla going.
The is that if things really get ugly, we're wrong. Everybody's wrong about the economy, and we really sell off here. We can benefit from the emergency Fed reaction.
That was actually a couple of days ago.
Which is we're at 5, 4 3/4. We could go to 2.5 on the short rate on the Fed funds rate.
Well, thank you so much for being with us today. That's Brad Hurdle Callahan. We appreciate the insight. And coming up, we'll check in on Levi.
Yeah, that rumor about Jerome Powell was a couple of days ago. So it's still circulating, I see. Okay. I don't see him at all. I don't see him at all resigning. He seemed to be very steadfast about what his mission was. The way he kept putting off the reporters and everything about the president, and doesn't care if the president likes him or not. He has been slow, though. He has been slow to react. If you listen to Tom Lee the other day and a couple other people, Dan Ives also talking about it. If you like the Europeans, if you remove shelter from the inflation data, we're actually at 1.9% already. Inflation's at 1.9%. Now, I'm just going by what Tom Lee said. I'm not an inflation analysis expert, so I can't tell you if that's the case. But Tom Lee is saying we're at least 200 basis points above. We could at least lose 200 basis points. Okay, so we have about 200 basis points of premium in the inflation data. So what's that? 3.9%. So 1.9% would be a 200 basis point move. Now they could afford to do a quarter or a 50. There goes Tesla. Tesla keeps going.
Just getting started. Charles Schwab offers a webcast that's right for you.
Okay. Oh boy. So I don't see anything that's telling me, big drop in the S&P. So if you're concerned about your 401k, I don't see that yet. Now, I'm not a financial advisor, a FINRA. I'm not a FINRA registered advisor, but I can tell you what I'm doing. What I'm doing is basically nothing with my retirement account. Okay, I have several different long positions. I have SPMO, okay, this S&P 500 Momentum ETF. We haven't gone anywhere for 2 weeks. But I got some down here when we moved above the 50-day. I took half of my SPXL. I had SPXL, had that from the low. I bought it $90.51. I know you remember that, Scott, because we were talking about it pre-market on April the 8th. You remember that? We're talking about April the 8th, and I said I bought some at 90.51, and we kept adding to it. I sold near 50 points. Okay, once we got to the 200-day, I sold half. I took half of that and put it in right here in like the 3rd week of May. I sold half of that and I put half into SPMO. Okay, right there. SPMO still looks good. I also have SPHD. Okay, this is a dividend paying ETF. Okay, if you look at this, dividend paying ETFs, and I show you SPHD. Actually, let me do it this way. First off, let me just show you this. First off, it pays a dividend once a month. The last week of the month, this pays a dividend. I don't even mess around with the dividend. I just have the dividends reinvested into more shares. I've been doing this since 2014. You can see since 2014 what this has done. Okay, since 2014, you can see this has moved substantially higher. Okay, so this was trading down at $17. If I recall, I think it was something like 17. Yeah, 17 and change. All right. So that's a triple, almost a triple. But looking at what's in this ETF is what probably gets you more excited. Okay, so if you look at what's in SPHD, okay, you can see the stocks that are in here. SPHD. I haven't updated this in some time, but it does have a expense ratio, still the same expense ratio of 0.3%, $30 a year on $10,000 investment. So for every $10,000, you're going to pay 30 years in management fees. Holdings, you can see what is in here. Electric utilities, you got energy stocks, you got tobacco, you got staples, you got pharmaceuticals like AbbVie, Pfizer, Gilead, you've got ConAgra, Campbell's Soup, Coca-Cola, Kimberly-Clark. You got some more aggressive names like Broadcom in the chip sector. And this pays a dividend yield. It was 3.86%. I think it's closer to 4%. But that's what's in SPHD. So I have a pretty big position in SPHD too. That's in my investment account. Okay. What else? TRBCX. TRBCX. Okay, if you look at TRBCX, we have a position in TRBCX too. We started that in what, 23 was it? In 23. Okay, we started this over in 23, 22, 23. After the bear market, we started accumulating. We saw phase 4. That's the markdown. Markdown. Phase 1's accumulation. Once the accumulation starts, you see the moving average turn up. Price action moves above the 10 EMA weekly, and you get long. And to date, no reason to do anything with this. Just, every once in a while, you might take something off if there's something like the debt ceiling issues that were back here. I think it was in 2023, right? The debt ceiling. We took some off. It was at 24. I forget which, but this is the gain to date. Okay. 125%. Okay, 125% gain. 126, 127%. So that's done very well. Okay, so this is telling me nothing as far as exiting. Okay, so TRBCX, SPHD, SPXL, and SPMO. That's the 4 amigos that I have. All right. So what else? What else can I tell you? Let's see. Commodities, of course, commodities. You want commodities moving lower, not higher. Okay, let's look at gold. Gold on the daily is just consolidating. It's been consolidating for the last 3 months. Silver did break out. I know Susie took some silver on Thursday, I believe. Wednesday or Thursday, Susie bought some silver. Nice pop on silver. Let's see, DBC, the commodity index, CRB, CRB. Okay, that's kind of a grind higher. I like to follow the Deutsche Bank Commodity Index. Where are you? Deutsche Bank Commodity Index, where are you? DBC, there you go, DBC. That's been in a range. DBC, okay, so if you're bullish, you don't want commodities ripping higher like it was back here. Remember when we had the bear market in 22? Commodities went on a rip, right? That's a dead giveaway that you're probably going to see a bear market. Do we look anything like that right now? I dare say nothing even close to being like 22, 23, right? In 22, what happened to the markets? We had the bull market failed and we pulled back. Okay, 22. All right, we pulled back from 48.18 down to 34.91, and then we reversed in October. So if you're one of the signals that I think is very important is commodities. Watch the Deutsche Bank Commodity Index, DBC. Okay, this ETF tracking fund. If we start to rip higher, this is going to give you plenty of time to get out of the way. You could start to take profits in your 401k. Okay, I can only tell you what I'm going to do. Again, I'm not a FINRA registered advisor, but if this were to start ramping up and we take out these highs, okay, I would be actively taking a lot of my 401k long exposure. Okay, if this starts to take off to the upside like that, that's a signal to get the hell out of the way. All right. Hope this helps. I know it's a little bit of on my soapbox. I do this every so often. It's mostly for the new traders, for the older traders, people that have been in the trading room since we first started in 2016. I'm sure you've heard me talk like this ad nauseum, but it's helpful for the new people to understand money flow. If money's flowing into the commodity ETF or the tracking funds, if money's flowing in here hand over fist, that means we need to get out of the way. Okay. If money is flowing into small caps, this is a reason to be bullish, and they have been. Okay, so this is the IWM small cap since April 8th. This has just been trekking higher. It's above the 200-day, 921, crossing up and to the right. Look at the weekly time frame. Okay, look at the weekly. It's above the 10 EMA. Can it come back? Sure. It's done the same thing as the S&P. We up for a week, we take a pause. Up 2 weeks, 3 weeks. I didn't notice this, but the IWM actually rallied for 4 weeks straight before it took a pause back to the 10 EMA. It paused for 2 weeks, up a week, paused for another 2 weeks, and we were almost set to make another 3-week run higher. We're inside now, inside of last week's price action. But IWM is another bullish signal. The 10 EMA, is that turned up into the right? Up into the right, then, the trend is up. Let's look at IBB, biotechs. Biotechs are a very risky asset class. Okay, they've been above the 10 EMA weekly for the past 6 weeks. This is just getting started. All right, IBB, biotechs. We tried to get above the 200-day. Yesterday we closed, and we're below it. I'm anticipating that we're going to get 9 and 21-day to cross up through it in the next several weeks. This will be a bullish follow-through. In biotechs, let's look at XBI. That's for the S&P 500. All right, so that looks good. And of course, Bitcoin. Bitcoin's a very risky asset class. Does this look bearish to you? Now, granted, some signals are neutral to bearish, like junk bonds, but most of them are not. If you followed any of what I just got finished saying for the last 10 minutes, junk bonds, Bollinger Bands are coming together, so that's just telling you to look neutral. A close a little bit higher would be great. Okay, we got less than 30 minutes to go. Looks like the Apple trade didn't work out. Maybe you took some profits. It got up to 10 cents. So it made 30 bucks. Let's see what they have to say here. So watch the money flow. Money flow is going to keep you on the right side of the trade. If you get nervous like what we saw this morning, people were worried that we're going to stay down below and no rally. Every time we pull back like 20, 30, 40 points, like we did with the futures this morning, we've rallied at least 50% off the low. And that's exactly what happened today, right? We rallied at least 50% off the low. All right. Supermicro not doing much. Target. Okay, so here's another one. Target. Okay, the other thing I wanted to show you is this before I forget. Going into the weekend video. Okay, when you look at the number of stocks that are rallying, that are consumer discretionary, things that you do not need, like a new car or, lots of new clothes. I mean, clothes for the most part are consumer staples, but you don't need that Birkin bag for whatever it was, $30 million or whatever the hell that number was. You don't need a Birkin bag. You don't need Nola Blahniks or whatever they call them. You don't need to spend $400 on a pair of shoes. That's consumer discretionary. What you do need is toilet paper, tissue. You need toothpaste. You need soap, stuff like that. So you're not a stinky bastard. But this looks nothing like the turn in February. Okay, we got bearish when this ratio turned down February. You can see it right there. Okay, this ratio turned down. Once it started to turn back up in late April, that was a buy signal. We got the momentum indicator, which is lagging, gave us a bullish signal. Now we're bullish. Okay. We can compare SPY. We can compare SPY to gold, GOLD. Okay, SPY to gold. If SPY is outperforming, oh, you didn't see what I just showed you. Was just talking about. I'm sorry. Okay, here's the bearish turn in February. Okay, there's February. You can see the momentum indicator rolled over. Okay, so even if you missed the first, couple of weeks of the downturn, you still, missed a big part of the drawdown. What was it? 22%, 23%. We got the turn. Okay, this is bullish. It's turned back up. Okay, so the consumer discretionary is outperforming. XLY is outperforming XLP. The things you need, the things you don't need. Okay, so here is the ratio between, let me turn some of this off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn that off. Turn this off. Solid thick. Okay, so this is the ratio between the S&P 500 when everybody is bullish, when risk is on, you'd see the S&P 500 outperforming gold, and that's what you're seeing with this ratio between the two, gold and SPY. Even though gold's at highs, SPY is outperforming. When this turns up, the 50, the 200-day, okay, the 200-day still got a slight downslope to it, but the 50-day has turned, prices above. Okay. And you could do SPY versus DBC, the commodity index. You can see that this is making the 50-day, the green lines moving up and to the right. So that's telling you SPY is outperforming commodities. What else? SPY versus the 10-year yield. Okay, that's outperforming the 10-year. So all of these things are telling me, no worry, be happy. Okay, so here's the 10-year yield. 10-year yield is back to 4.4%. I don't see anything to be concerned about. Next week, we'll reassess the markets, but for the most part, we've got bullish signals. There goes Tesla, a little bit higher Tesla. All right, so hope that helped some of you perhaps that don't have as good a bearing on the markets as yours truly. I've been doing this for 38 years, so perfected this over time. I don't get worried about the markets. When you see commodities starting to shoot higher, that's when you need to be worried. Okay, that's one in particular. When you see commodities ripping higher, like it was over here, that's concerning. What is SPY? What is SPY versus the Hang Seng? HSI. SPY versus, okay, so we're outperforming, obviously. HSI. Hang Seng. Okay, what's ACWI? ACWI is the All World Index. This is still hanging out at the highs. If you wanted to invest, let's say you're over in Europe and you want to invest in countries that aren't the US, if you just want to invest in other countries internationally, you would just invest in ACWI. Okay, because most countries, like let's say EWU, Great Britain's making new highs. EWG, Germany just off the highs, but bullish. EWI, Italy, Brazil, EWZ, having a spat with President Trump over the last few days back to the 50-day. That might be an opportunity, actually. Mexico, EWW. Okay. EWW, back to the 50-day, looking for a bounce. Greece is the word. GREK, Greece, ETF. That's new highs as of yesterday. What else? That's Singapore, EWS, I believe. Singapore at highs. Okay. EWT, is that Taiwan? Taiwan at the highs. Taiwan Semiconductor. Okay, looking all right. Taiwan Semiconductor. I don't see anything to be worried about, folks. I just don't see it. I'm actually looking for reasons to be bearish. Now, intraday is a different story. We could pull back. We got a few minutes left to go.
We have a slew of trend exhaustion signals from the market indicators. We have
Okay.
sentiments, very stretched bearish sentiment from the B of A Global Research Fund Manager surveys and FX and rate sentiment surveys. Asset managers are stretched short to like record extremes.
Okay.
Really good data print, for example, could just create that Q3 seasonal dollar strength, which is another reason. Seasonally speaking, Q3 is a good quarter for the
It's kind of wild tight. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. And then just quickly, you mentioned, watch the Dow for signs that, we have a little more upside.
All right, I don't see any reason to be worried. The markets could pull back a little bit next week, but I'm not looking for a big pullback. In which case, if you're worried about the markets, just use some of the hedges that are mentioned in the bottom of the watch list. The lower third of the watch list, there's several hedges ideas there. Tesla's still moving a bit higher. Tesla. We have about 17 minutes to go. 17 minutes to go. I'm going to need to take a couple minute break and go talk to my wife. I'll be right back.
Money can really transform people's lives, but it can also hurt them.
Bringing you up-to-the-minute economic news whenever and wherever it happens. I'm Francine Lacroix, the ECB Forum in Central Portugal, and this is Bloomberg.
Shares of Levi Strauss rising today, having setting up what is going to be the best week for the stock going back to 2022 after raising its full year revenue outlook, basically saying that the impact of tariffs not as material as some people had priced into the stock before. Joining us right now is Mary Ross Gilbert with Bloomberg Intelligence. Talk a little bit more about what the company is calling a head-to-toe denim lifestyle that is paying off. Now, I don't know if that's a reference to Justin Timberlake and Britney Spears back in the day when they were walking around in those full denim lunch outfits. But is that where we're headed? Is that what's boosting the stock today?
Well, actually, I'm not sure that's what's boosting the stock today. I think what's boosting the stock today is that the growth for the Levi Strauss brand looks very strong. And now that we've got Dockers out of the way, essentially that was a $330 million business. So now you've got Levi's about $6.1 billion, and they're saying, hey, we see us getting to about $10 billion. It's a global business. 40% is in the US. So I think the green shoots that came out of the call today is that we're seeing strong traction in women's. Women's is only 38% of the business, and it was up 13% in the quarter. And then when you think about categories, just what you referred to, head to toe dressing, that's what it is. And so it is going to be based on denim, and it's going to be infused with denim. So that means denim dresses, and you have denim tops, but it also includes non-denim, including non-denim bottoms and non-denim tops.
That's a little bit more of my world, because looking at the future and it's all denim is a little bit dark for me. But it wasn't all beer and Skittles. You take a look at the gross margin guide. They did say that they expect lower gross margins due to tariffs, but it seems like there was enough good news that traders are really looking past it.
Yeah, I mean, the hit on tariffs is actually, I think, a lot less than investors thought it might be. And the reason for that is they're only sourcing 1% from China and from Vietnam, which maybe we're going to 20% from 10% baseline. And so for them, they're only sourcing somewhere between 5 to 9% from Vietnam. So they're less impacted, whereas most every other apparel brand has major sourcing coming out of Vietnam, anywhere from 20% all the way up to like 36%. So they're much more diversified. They basically said the tariff hit for them is going to be 50 basis points unmitigated, and then after mitigation measures, they're in a much better position.
All right, Mary Ross, great roundup. That is Bloomberg's Mary Ross. We're driving to close next.
All right. So as you can see, we really haven't made much progress on the S&P cash. We've just kind of been moving sideways between that sell order block that came in right around 250 or so, 245. We just kind of been banging around between that buy order block and sell order block. Tesla looking okay. Tesla's been moving higher. We don't have a whole lot moving today. We have 32 stocks still. 32 stocks that have advanced today on the Qs, and we just lost one. Advancing 31 out of 100. S&P 500, we had a best at around 130 stocks advancing. We're down to 122. So it looks like the S&P is just going to fade, frustrate a few people that bought the high of the day that are just watching the markets pull back. You don't want to buy the high of the day. Whenever possible, buy dips. That way, if price even comes back to where you bought at, you're still, not being stopped out. You're basically break even. So you have a much higher probability of winning if you're buying dips. I'm watching Coinbase in particular, and watching Bitcoin for higher lows.
To Daybreak Europe, only on Bloomberg Television. Context changes everything. Talk about this villa. Very traditional. A lot of things of the past.
I live my very first independent life in the farmhouse, and I built it by the memory of the farmhouse. the philosophy they believe, yin yang, 5 elements, the concept of the life, of the happiness. They build this.
There's more in the
and man and woman.
there's more, Antoine.
More rice.
You found them?
Everyone should be happy. If
Oh, okay, cool.
something to eat and someone to love.
You're defined a lot by your past experiences.
Yeah. Actually,
It's just moving sideways.
should have the experience of the
What's that? I want to show you a new indicator that I've been using. Check it out. All right, so this is called Hero. It's the real-time options flow. That right there. Or it's the hedging flow. It's the actual dealers that you're buying options from. Okay, so whenever this is that purple line's rising, you know that they're actively buying too. So look at Microsoft, for example. Microsoft earlier today. Let's see, Microsoft right there. Microsoft. Okay, you can see how it right there at the open. You see that purple line? See how it rose all day to the peak right there? Okay, you see the peak is at 1225. Okay, let's go look at Microsoft. 1225 from the open to 1225. Okay, see where right where it peaked. So you if you're going to take a trade, you want to check what the dealers are doing, because if the dealers are buying and that line is moving higher, that's telling you hedging flows are bullish. So you can enter with confidence. You can see right here. I just drew that on there.
Low tick alert minus 800.
All right, so we got another low tick alert. So you can see right here, if you put a stop underneath that buy or block and you got long right there at the open when you saw that, you can see that this is it was a 6-to-1 when risk to reward. So that's just using buy or blocks and using dealer hedge flow. Okay, so it's been tapering off most of the day. So going long in it, look at Tesla, for example. Tesla's still moving higher. Okay, good example, Tesla. See where it turned right there? Okay, it turned right there to like 11:15. Now let's go look at Tesla. Tesla. Right where it turned. We got bullish right there. See his buy order blocks. It dipped and then right there at 11:15, you got that purple line started rising. Dealer hedge flows. Okay, and same place. Huh?
Legendary is Wayne an acquisition of Lions? Of course, they make a lot of independent films.
A bad print? Oh, that? Yeah, it's probably a bad print. Yeah, but you can see where it reversed right there at 11 o'clock. So that was at 307. It made it to 314. $7, and it's still going. This Tesla right there. Netflix is turning up. Okay, so if we look at Netflix, all right, Netflix, let's say you wanted to trade this in the last 5 minutes of the trade, 5 minutes of the trading day, or even if you bought it right here, that's 145. Okay, let's go look at the hedging flows at 145 on Netflix. Where are you? There you are, Netflix, 145. So I was thinking about going long 145, right? Right there. What does it do? The hedging flows turn right back up. So it's almost like a cheat code. You know, you see what the dealers are doing. You do exactly what the dealers are doing because they're dealing with billions of dollars, you know. Like that? Cool. All right. So whenever you're taking a long now on the dips like you like to do, this is perfect for you because you're buying the dip. Yeah, this is almost $3,000 a year. But you just, during your broadcast, you just ask me what's going, and I'll share this image with you. I'll just do a screen cap and drop it into your iMessage, and you'll see exactly what's working. And when you get long, everybody's going to think you're a genius, because you are. You know, you're buying dips. That's what you do. So not only are you buying dips, but you're buying a dip when you see that the dealers started buying too. So you tag along with them. You get on the train with them, and you ride the train until it stops. Okay, I hope everyone's having a good day. Just chatting with my son there. Hope everyone has a good evening. We have another 6 minutes to go. It doesn't look like Apple's going to give us the print that we're looking for. No, it's not. Okay, Apple.
It seemed almost perfect to a certain extent.
It would have been fun if we got an Apple up there, right? Okay, they're trading at a penny right now.
I'm bullish. I think the stock market will manage to work through this. It's another thing to just sit
All
back.
right, so what else is going? Tesla, Broadcom turning up.
Right now, we are very much toward the complacent side. As I've been putting it, the half-life of dips has been getting ever shorter. And the reason for that is buy the dip has worked so well for so many people, and the momentum has been so strong that at this point you're getting to a
212. We could make a dollar run there before the close. 5 minutes to go. Let me just check Apple. I really don't want 1,000 shares of Apple. Okay, let's see.
Full steam ahead, and that's usually when you get tripped up. Risky markets. When the market's pricing in a lot of risk, you can improve. Think about again April earnings season, where the market was in chaos, and the companies could say almost anything, and the market they weren't getting punished for it. Now, I think everybody's pricing in good news. It leaves us more susceptible if they don't deliver on that.
Well, how much of this is just seasonality? The fact that it is summer. I hear what you're saying about the half-life getting shorter.
All right. I put a sell order in for the last of that Apple. Okay, so S&P, we've got a couple of minutes to go. Check your options if you don't feel like getting assigned anything. You're in the money. Just double check. Today is 0711, 7/11. My daughter's birthday, 7/11. She's not feeling well. Not feeling well. UMAC, big move on UMAC today. Okay, still hanging out at $12.50. UMAC having a good day.
Let's talk a little bit more about the earnings season.
Been a good week. It's been a very good week.
Or next week, rather, officially, unofficially.
Okay.
You talked about guidance. When it comes to Delta,
Meta pulling back. Everything's pulling back for the most part. Tesla's okay.
it's just the fact that they gave guidance at all that seemed to get investors pretty stoked here. Is that the bar? Just saying anything, offering some sort of forecast?
I'm not sure that I think the bar is a little higher than that. To be fair to Delta,
Google.
the street had
Okay,
come
Google
down
just off the high of the day. Google.
535, and they said will be between 5.25 and 6.25. Well, that's a beat off of lowered guidance.
Google, I have a long GGLL, UMAC, IBIT, Bitcoin. You know what? I wanted to add to that. Bitcoin over the weekend.
And I think these companies have to be able to offer either clarity or some sort of improved guidance. They can't just punt on guidance anymore. And it's not just a matter of strictly, beating on revenues and your EPS is a necessary condition for a rally, but it's not a sufficient condition for a rally.
Yeah, so this all starts to unfold.
Looking good. Looking good.
Thanks, Steve. Thanks to Steve Soshnick, Chief Strategist at Interactive Brokers, as we continue to count you down to the closing bells. And he mentioned Delta. I mean, it does raise the question, though, if the expectations are low and you have a CEO or CFO who's confident to come in and provide guidance, and that guidance is good, do you end up getting that big pop like Delta?
Okay, 2 minutes to go.
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll see if that's the case. I am really interested to see the CEO commentary as well, beyond just guidance, and see how the tone and mood music changes there.
Yeah, Delta, that's performing in S&P 500 on a weekly basis, followed by Moderna and PTC to the downside. It's Autodesk. In fact, a lot of software stocks are moving lower.
Okay, seconds to go.
diversification out of some of those names and into others as we break down all of the days and the week's market action with our global simulcast that starts right now.
The Closing Bell, Bloomberg's comprehensive cross-platform coverage of the U.S. market close starts right now.
Broadcom pulling back flat with a minute to go. Netflix turning back up. Netflix.
We're joined right now by Tim Senevic in the radio booth. Nora Melinda in today.
SOXL.
To our audiences across all of our Bloomberg platforms, creating our partnership with YouTube, Tim Senevic, on a day where the market decidedly on the back foot, a little bit of a breather from the record run that we've had.
QSI. Constellation Energy.
Interestingly enough,
Palantir.
it's risk on when it comes to crypto. A new record for Bitcoin up above $118,000 per Bitcoin. So we're not concerned about trade tensions.
Risk on, but we're seeing a market that ended lower and looking at financial stocks being the worst performing sector in the S&P 500.
And that's a wrap. That's a wrap.
Of course, we know it's fake earnings kicking off. We have the 6 majors to get through, and it feels like, I mean, you take a look at the sell side, you take a look at investors.
All right,
They
folks.
seem to agree that
Have a great weekend. Sunday video will be out around 2 p.m. on Sunday as usual. Hope you enjoyed. This week was pretty profitable, so hopefully you tagged along on many trades. And if you were just watching during the week, we're trading up near the highs. So we did pull back a little bit towards the end of the day. We gapped down this morning, a little bounce, 50% retracement, and then a little fade. So not much to go on. Hope everyone has a good one. Take care. We'll see you on Sunday. Ciao.